Yo, what's up, Yeto? What's up, John? Were you here last stream, John? Were you here on Saturday? Sunday? Saturday? I feel like I didn't see you in chat. Oh, okay. Never mind. I wanna live forever. Oh, so you weren't chatting a whole lot. That makes sense then. Ooh, back over 1.5 trillion. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Anybody have a drop channel? Try mid 5. Mid 5 is usually good. Mid 5's usually good. I thought I started the stream already, so I was sitting there. I was like, man, nobody's typed anything in my chat. What the fuck? I've been live for 10 minutes. And then I realized I forgot to click go live. Oh, shit, chat. I'm getting old. Oh, well, we have the drop bonus, but it's gone in 15 minutes. Fuck. Fuck. S5? Oh. 2.5 hours each. Okay, I'll swap there in a minute. How we doing with our health XP? This is one thing I miss about dummying overnight, is being able to work on strength and health overnight. Or specifically health overnight. Maybe I'll go to the BA, collect my breath XE buff. Yeah, let's see. 46 seconds left. Oh, my ribs. I'll have to do those later. Ooh, we should get our My Warrior 2 level 66 today. Oh. Perfect. Thank you. Where's my horse? Give me that AP buff. They should make the horse buffs last for 3 hours too. Don't really want to use any of my special drop buffs for a little while now. Because we could have new shit to grind for soon, and I'd rather save them for that. So I think I'm going to hold off using anything other than Tent and Loot Scroll. Yeah, it really is. Seems like as the time goes by, more and more spots just end up being that. Yeah, no. Those little dopamine hits of Devours and Origins, I definitely miss that. Yo, what's up, veteran? I'm doing pretty good. thought that was a crystal for a second. Surprised it didn't increase the Igris cap for this event too. Actually, you know what they should have done? Instead of having an event where you get double Igris, just make an event where you consume half the Igris. Because for people who, I mean, there's some people who might not get to log on for like 3 days, right? And then now they're going to be overcut. Maybe that's the point. Trying to force people to log on. Give them FOMO. That's probably the point, right? Man, I don't know why the grind feels smooth today. Oh, damn. You know what? Let's try. No, that's gonna be -5, -5. Never mind. Morning, Joe Bell. How you doing today? You have the day off? Nice. So day to chill, huh? That's always nice. Oh, what's up, Cabell? Good morning. What if? What if they make it so you use these I say loosely, if you use these distorted crystals to enhance elk stones? Imagine they do that. What if they hear me out? They'll never get hear you out. Add another cash item instead? Yeah. I am also pretty unenthusiastic for this ball. I hope they exceed my expectations, but my expectations are super low. So it's not going to be difficult for them to exceed my expectations. Yo, what's up, Hackinate? How you doing? We have 2 weeks, though. Less than 2 weeks. 11 days. Or 11 or 12 days. Yeah, Crimson Desert will be fun. I look forward to that. Kind of smart of them to position Crimson Desert like right in the middle between the Calpheon and the Heidel Ball too. That's part of the reason that I'm very unenthusiastic about this ball, because I feel like they feel like that they only need to put out 3 months of content and then they can distract us with Crimson Desert for the next 3 months. Oh yeah, I'll definitely be streaming it. Have you tried where it wins me? No. It looks like a great game. Looks like it's a ton of fun. But we'll see. If for some reason this Heidel ball, this Calpheon ball ends up being a major flop, then maybe I'll pick it up and give it a try. Honestly, I hope PA takes a note out of Where Winds Meet playbook and says, and I know Where Winds Meet isn't the first one, but man, I don't know about you guys. Instead of these fucking Gamba boxes for progression, I wish that PA monetized this game the same way. Fuck, man, let losers spend 10 grand on a weapon skin. I don't care. I would much rather than monetize the game that way than monetize through fucking boxes that diminish my playtime. I wish PA did that, man. I fucking wish. I don't care if I can't afford a $10,000 skin that looks absolutely insane and makes me look like a god. I do care, though, when people can swipe for a minimal price and get, hundreds or thousands of hours worth of grinding out of it. I wish PA would look at that game and be like, okay, we need to start monetizing like that. Well, if say something without saying something. It's much for someone who can't afford it. You could literally say that about anything. You could say that about a 5-cent candy in a grocery store. Oh, it's a bit expensive for someone who can't afford it. No kidding. It would be a problem if everybody could afford it. Holy, do you know how dead this game would be if everybody could afford to swipe? There'd be nobody playing. Because what would be the point of playing if everybody could afford to swipe? It's definitely a problem that it's as affordable as it is. It should be something that should be super exclusive to a very, very small minority of people. But I would much, much rather it be cosmetics. Because the problem is the more affordable you make swiping for in-game currency, the less value your time actually playing the game becomes. And if people can't afford to spend money on the game, unless they're just extremely irresponsible, they certainly shouldn't be able to afford the time either, right? If you make it that affordable and people still can't afford it. See, I don't even want that. I want them to lean more into cosmetics. Do what Where Winds Meet. Give people the ability to swipe like crazy to make their character look cooler and cooler and cooler. I would much rather them fully lean into that and get rid of any type of trickle down. Because the only reason why that trickle down matters is because the whales are able to pay to progress. If the whales can't pay to progress, then you don't need a symbiotic relationship between the free-to-play players and the whales. The only reason why that symbiotic relationship matters is because they can pay to progress. So just get rid of paying to progress. Make it completely cosmetic. Then you don't need the symbiotic relationship. I don't care. Let people spend $100,000 on a dragon mount that only the people who spend $100,000 can get. And they could fly around on a dragon. I do not care. If it's purely cosmetic and they get to go, look at me, I'm cool, I got a big wallet. Yo, I'm going to say, God damn, look at you, you got a big wallet. They're going to be happy, I'm going to be happy. And PA makes a bunch of fucking money. It frustrates me to no end, because we all know how profitable monetizing cosmetics is. We've seen it in so many games over the years, and it frustrates me to no end that Pearl Abyss seems so adverse to monetizing that way. Instead, they choose to monetize through progression. And that's the thing too, Genius, is it isn't more profitable. Take a look at these other games that monetize through cosmetics. You could legit get people to spend absurd amounts of money to have a weapon glow or a skin or whatever that nobody else has unless they have a fat wallet. It would be interesting, although kind of hard to deduce. Where Winds Meet obviously has a much bigger player base right now, but it would be cool if we got like a quarterly report of how much they earned and then we compared it to Pearl Abyss. But with Pearl Abyss, it's kind of difficult because we don't know how many people are on each region, right? So it's kind of hard to do like a per capita type thing, right? Calculation. But I would be willing to wager that I think per capita, Where Winds Meet would be more profitable than Pearl Abyss was in this upcoming quarter. But you can do both, Cavell. Right? It doesn't have to be just through monetization. You can do mounts and stuff through achievements and through monetization. You can have skins and effects through mounts and monetization. It doesn't have to be one or the other. Yeah, Where Winds Meet is definitely a fantastic game. I said if this ball ends up being complete dog shit, who knows, maybe I'll jump into it. Maybe I'll fuck around with it until Crimson Desert comes around. The hand pushes down, that's a Tor's Mark. It's a main hand ability. That's, you're talking about this ability here, right? So wait, as you're running around on the mount, there's like a tiger constantly following you, so it looks like you're running from the tiger the whole time? Let's see. Wait. Look at that. You're running from it. That's funny as hell. What? See, that is creative. Well, I mean, you can't really fuck that up. What's the worst that happens if they do? Nothing. I don't think that's anything that actually requires your trust in them. Yeah, he's doing good with Where Winds Meet. He was at the top of that game yesterday. It's a big market too. The only thing that could be potentially a little bit dangerous about that market for a content creator is you have a lot of probably a ton of Chinese viewers that if you move to a different product, you might have a significantly lower retention moving to another product, right? But you also have a pretty large market. So, sometimes it is better to have a smaller piece of a larger pie, right? It'll be interesting to see how that works out. Even if you're only retaining like 1% instead of 5%, if the pie is, 100 times bigger, that's a net gain. They did not expect the success. Oh no, it's doing really well. It came out of nowhere too, right? It's not like something that's been being hyped up for a decade, like fucking Star Citizen or Ashes of Creation or whatever, right? This shit just jumped out of nowhere, and I feel like the more hype a game has, the less likely it is to succeed. Anybody noticing that trend? The more somebody or company tries to hype up their product, or the community's hyping up a product, and the longer that hype happens, the less successful that product ends up becoming. People hyped Expedition 33. I did not hear of that hype at all. I see a Kappa there, but I don't get the joke. I feel, at least for me, maybe I was living under a rock, my BDO rock. I never heard of Expedition 33 until long after it came out. I think you were actually the first person who mentioned it to me, and you're like, oh my god, if you ever get the chance, play Expedition 33. It might be the best game I ever played. I don't pay a lot of attention to single player stuff. Did it have a lot of single player hype, like amongst the community of people who pay attention to that? Yeah. Honestly, my secondary PC down here, I want to just get it set up upstairs. Set it up as like its own little Steam box for the PC upstairs. Get some wireless controllers for it and play games like that with the family. I feel like that'd be a fun game to play with my wife when we have time in the evenings. Shit, I'd sit back and watch her play through it. Whenever, maybe when we run out of TV shows. Right now, a lot of our TV shows that we like watching have started back up with new seasons. But there's always a period of time where I swear there's like 6 months of us just fucking trying to find things to watch and do, and we end up watching some of the shittiest fucking movies ever. That'd be a good opportunity to start playing through some of these games. Because I've heard so many good things about Expedition 33. It's definitely something I want to play. It's just a struggle to find the time. Class. What are you playing these days anyways, class? Are you back on BDO? Awake at Mystic's kind of it. It's a giga-strong class right now. Maybe not Node War and Siege, but everywhere else. You recently graduated? Oh, you're done on seasons? Hell yeah. No, congratulations on graduating. Thanks, John. Thanks. Don't worry, guys. I'll be here all day. Now life begins, yeah. Time to find out if you got suckered into an education that actually is useful, or one that just costed you a bunch of money for nothing. There's a lot of the latter these days. I know I will be encouraging my daughters to getting into hands-on trades. Apple trees don't like pear trees? They don't grow well? They grow next to each other? Do the roots fuck with each other or something? You'll ask your dad later? Shit, maybe I'll just ask Google. Ah, okay, interesting. Yeah, if it's that AI shit answering it, who knows? That's the thing about AI. It doesn't necessarily tell you the right answer. It tells you the most popular answer. Which there can be overlap, but doesn't necessarily mean it's the best answer. Yeah. What about it? Yeah. The Awakened Sage Holy Bible. I was always saying too, like, I don't understand why people make videos for guides and shit. They should just do a Google Doc, because, like, anytime you want to update something, if you have to remake the video, right, or re-upload it, edit the one part, it's just like a whole hassle. But when you have like a doc like that, all you got to do is edit the one, the one section, right? It becomes so much, it's a lot more work setting it up, but it's so much easier to maintain once it's done. When our AP buff runs out, we'll take a peek and see how close our warrior is. Last we checked, he was like 98.1 or something like that. So. It's so nice having enough bosses that I don't need to actually have a tagged character to do bosses on anymore. Speaking of which, though, I do need to do my bosses for the week. Oh, why are those going there? Oops. Jeez, there's barely enough time, huh? Unless I failed there and didn't notice. Oh, fuck, I did too quick. So annoying that that tick also makes your character twitch. Oh. What the fuck? Why is this taking so long to process this? There we go. Holy. Was I just failing that many fucking times? I thought they got rid of processing failing, didn't they? I remember there being something about that shit. Maybe I'm mistaken. Processing failing just serves no purpose other than to annoy. I don't know why it exists. Oh shit. All this Agris is eating up my fucking maids, isn't it? Shit, maybe I do need to buy the pass. Get a few more storage maids. I don't know why you wouldn't do at least like a C10 Sangoon. Sangoon is so easy, it adds like 1 minute. It's definitely worth the extra money. The extra money's worth it, though. All you gotta do is pay attention. Doesn't even require much attention. It has the same attack pattern every time, right? The normal randomized attacks are super simple. But, like, any of the dangerous attacks are all scripted. I accidentally left my stream rolling last Saturday, you guys. After I raided... Who did I raid again? Ermnita? I forgot to bring my stream down. All of a sudden I got a message like 40 minutes later. Zeth, I'm sure someone's told you this, but your stream's still live. I was like, for fuck's sakes. I came back, sat back down at the PC, and I saw the little prompt popped up. I guess I tried to close our OBS, but because the stream was running, a little prompt popped up. It should have been my first clue. I didn't even notice. I just clicked that shit and walked away. Didn't even watch to see if it closed. Yeah. Hey, I never said that there isn't problems between the keyboard and the chair. I never once said that there can't be a problem there, so yeah, I mean, if you're the problem, then yeah, I guess making less money is better for you. Yeah. Well, there's no reason for new players to ever be time-gated by Dawnstones unless you just ignore your rifts. If you're a new player gearing up, by the time you get to full Nov, you should have more than enough Dawns to get full deck accessories. That was only a temporary time gate just for the people who were at the bleeding edge of progression when it came out. If you're a new player, if you started like at any point after Karazad was added, if you got to the point where you're pushing for deck Karazad, and if you don't have enough stones, that was a self-inflicted problem. Tomorrow, by the way, not tomorrow, but next week we're supposed to get a Night Vendor event, and this Night Vendor event will very likely have Dawnstones in it, so if you're gated by a Dawnstones, you'll get more than enough you need. I hope they put Adana Stones on the Night Vendor. As long as they're not completely obnoxiously priced. Yeah, just make sure you save up energy on all your characters. They need to do the same thing rolling with the Night Vendor as they've done with your workers, rolling for workers. Make it so you can roll from workers or invest energy or roll on the Night Vendor too, all from one character. Actually, wait, didn't they do that? Or did they do that? I can't remember. No, I can't remember. Now I'm starting to think that they did do that. I'm vaguely remembering using other characters for might. Yeah, I think you can. Man, my throat is so phlegmy today. I do not get it. I feel like I need like a hot tea. Melt all the phlegm off my throat. An upper limit of 1.5 billion each. I'd pay it. 1.5 billion isn't bad. And if that means they have an upper limit of 1.5 bill, that means they would have a lower limit of like, what, 350 mil? Because I think it ranges anywhere between 75% to 300%, right? Oh, 60% to 300%. So 60% of that would be 300 mil. 300 mil to 1.5 bill. Oh, I'd totally pay that. Sign me up. Sign me up for that shit. I am popping medicinal herbs every chance I get and rolling non-fucking stop on my characters. I'd have to start using all my coins for medicinal herbs too, because I'm pretty sure you can use these coins for them, right? These coins? I thought so at least. Can't see because the fucking tooltip constantly disappears. I wish I could just alt-click and it like pins the tooltip to my screen. Medicinal, 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 medicinal. I thought it was. One per 500 coins. You have a lot, I think. Yeah. Well, I've just had those workers working for fucking since the place came out. I haven't spent any of them. Actually, I think I remember spending something. Maybe it was. Oh, it was these things I spent, that's right. Yeah, I would legit pop a medicinal energy, medicinal herb, whatever, on every single character on my account. And then I would wait till, like, I'd wait till nighttime, roll through all my characters, swap to each character, pop a medicinal energy, roll through all my characters again, and then I would, between, like, during the day cycle, I would rotate AFKing on every single character until they were all full energy again, and then I would repeat it again, all at the next night cycle. And I would do that on repeat until I couldn't get any more medicinal energy. Medicinal herbal, whatever the fuck it's called. That would be the most effective use of my time in game, which is kind of crazy. It's typically quantity over quality, Brixton. So whichever one you're killing the most mobs. But you gotta ask yourself, is it worth paying the opportunity cost of going to the original Ash just to have a slightly higher chance, right? I don't know what the chance difference is, how significant it is between the worst and the best, right? Between Dekia 2 and normal. But I know in terms of silver, it's a pretty significant difference. I'd probably need to math out how many classes do you need to AFK between 2 night cycles but have them filled to full. How much does the medicinal energy give you per tick, by the way?
Isn't it like 20? 20 energy per tick? I guess I could just go look at it in a second here. No, 30. 30 per tick. So that means in order to fill up 600 energy, that's
20 ticks. How often does a tick happen again? Every 3 minutes, I think it is. So in 1 hour, I would get full energy. So I guess I would only need 3 characters, right? Because there's only like 3 hours and 20 minutes between night cycles. Shit. Maybe that would be the play. Make 3 more sages. Untag. Swap my gear between sages and just AFK on each one, right? Or not AFK on each one, but grind on each one. Pop herbal medicine, grind on it for an hour till it's full energy, swap to the next sage, grind on it for the hour until it's full energy, and just keep rotating through them. And then the night cycle comes and I have 4 characters. Mellow herbal essence. Oh, and that lasts for 3 hours. Is that worth it, though? I feel like the problem with this thing is... I guess it only has a 3-hour cooldown, though, so you could pop that shit indefinitely, right? As soon as it runs out, you can do another one. But it takes 1 day and 5 hours to produce. At a royal workshop. Huh? What the fuck is a royal workshop again? Can you even produce it nonstop? Where the hell is that? So it's just RNG. Oh my god, and this one's 50. Yeah, no thank you. This already seems like way too much effort. Yeah, I'm not fucking sitting there every single day logging in and re-rolling that shit. No thank you. And that's completely irrelevant to this Night Vendor event next week. Like, how many rolls are you gonna get without swiping fucking pearls by next week? Yeah, but that's still only 2. You're completely missing the point, Cavell. This man's typing in all caps and he's completely missing the point that I'm making. it's irrelevant because even if I could get a couple of them, that doesn't do anything. It's sustaining me for a whole fucking event cycle, which is probably going to be more than 1 week. That's the point. But this man's in here yapping in full caps, not understanding what I'm even commenting on. I'm not saying it's not worth it to use the ones that you have. God, Cavell. How many tokens I have? Even if it's 30,000 a pop and I have 200k, that's only 5. That doesn't sustain over a whole event cycle. You're missing the fucking point. Even if I had a fucking million of them, that's not going to last the whole Night Vendor event cycle. God, you guys are so fucking dumb. See, 230k. That's 7 of them. Yes. Those will be good to use. Those 7. But it's not going to get me through the whole fucking event. That's what I'm complaining about. God. Stop typing in caps. What I just walk in on? Cavell thinking he's making a point when he doesn't even understand what I'm upset about, what I'm complaining about. And this is all based on a hypothetical too. There's like a 0.01% chance they would put the Adonis stones in the Night Vendor. So it's really irrelevant. And this man's in here yapping in all caps. I heard from John Night Vendor will 100% will have them. Yeah. If that did happen, though, I would have to make one more Sage. One more Sage, untake my Warrior, rotate my gear between my 3 Sages, pop the medicinal energy, medicinal herb medicinal, whatever the fuck it's called, every hour, switch to the next character, fill it up, switch to the next character, fill it up. They'll be on cooldown for a day, so shit, maybe I'll need to do like 3 more. So I can cycle between 6. That'd be 6 hours of grinding I'd have to spend on a character. That's about as much time as I play per day. But that would give me a fuckload extra rolls over the course of a whole event. That'd be 6 herbals I'd need per day. Assuming the event goes on for 2 weeks. I would need what? 42 per week, so 84. Why am I grinding without a loot scroll? Because I fucking forgot to pop it. Why the fuck do you... Why else would people grind without a loot scroll? Oh my god, don't tease me with a good time, Cavell. It's gonna be like Cavell telling me to be using target openings over vicious shadows all over again. That was one time. What about how excited you were to buy your pen Fallen God? And you probably still can't do Caphras. You're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get extra stones. Where's that got you now, bitch? Ah, shit. No, it's not that I'll never listen again. It's just, as I get more and more bad information from a person, it just teaches me, okay, double check, triple check, quadruple check. It just keeps adding more checks to it. Just because you might be dumb in something that you don't do very often doesn't mean you can't be dumb in something that you do very often. I put a lot more value in people who don't know a lot about something being able to just say that they don't know instead of running their mouth about something they don't know. When I see somebody who's willing to admit when they don't know about something, it means when they do talk about something, it catches my attention more. It's the people who try to act like they know everything about everything, that everything they tell me just starts to become noise. What if I'm just awesome and smart and cool? Well, then your name would be It's Scum. Never mind. The hell? Yes, I did not know about those items, and yes, if something like that happened, it would be a benefit not knowing that. But my issue wasn't with that information. My issue was trying to figure out if they did something like that, a way to sustain the drops over the course, the energy over the course of 2 to 3 weeks. But while I was trying to explain that, you were typing in all caps about something that didn't fucking matter. That was the issue. It mattered to me. Oh, shit. That fucking cat. Why you gotta put the cat at the end of that? God damn. Excuse me. Yeah. You open the inventory and you click move. And that allows you to move stuff to it or from it. Okay. $13C right now, and it's 10:30. This is not epic. Where the hell are you that it's that warm right now? Holy shit. You're in Australia, aren't you? Right here, right? You click Enhance, you click the Enhance tab first. And then once you click the Enhance tab, it's right here. Right here, see? Right there. See that button? Wait, what is this doing in there? Yo, when did I get a distorted origin? Huh? Huh? Oh, I probably crafted it. Doo ba doo ba doo boo. And only Ted Asadell. How much is a pen Asadell, anyways? $20 bill, huh? The thing is about the HP one is you get so little value out of the HP one because you can't exactly be at 0 HP to use it, you know? I'm guessing the belt is the BSR one. Honestly, part of me wonders with buffs going past the cap now, if instead of using the BSR one, if I should use the... go back to using Tabik for the buff. 200% absorb is only 20 more AP. You don't get more attack speed. The HP is pretty inconsequential. I don't even think the HP buff goes over the cap, does it? I know the stats do. I can't remember if HP does. I don't think it does. Yeah, 25 more AP. The crit doesn't matter for Sage. And you can still get your 200% with Tabik, too. It's not like you can't get 200% with it. You can only use your Tabik. Sorry, you can only use your... Well, I guess you can absorb whenever. Yeah, Tabik is a 10-minute cooldown. But so is the BSR belt, right? They're both a 10-minute cooldown. Just think of popping a 200% and your Tabik belt. You're 200% absorb. There's like none up, eh? I might try to get my hands on one. Why not? Can you reach caps? Shut up, scum. What a stupid question. Do you know how low the caps are in this game? What kind of question is that? Why would you want to run 6 BSR anyways? You only need to run 4. If anybody needs to uninstall the game, it's Scum. You're good, Nostel. Scum here, this man has been playing the game for years and still doesn't understand it. Definitely an uninstall angle for him. You guys made me who I am today. You're a gear lord now? There's a 0% chance of that, scum. Give us a screenshot of your gear score. There's no shot you even have the gear to... If they restarted the masterclass entry, there's no way you have the gear to enter it. Are you a 10 gear score? Give us a screenshot right now. You got 15 seconds. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. Okay, that was fast. Let's see. Oh, goddamn. What is that? Like 780 gear score? What's this screenshot? Ass dad? Nothing came up. The fuck? You know what I just realized? With full pen armors, that's like the equivalent of having 4 Hooms in your gear versus the old Tet Fallen Gods, right? Isn't it? Isn't 4 Hooms like 20 DR and like a similar amount of evasion? And HP? Or it's like the equivalent of 2 Rigids. Or Bitterness, sorry. Making me wonder now. Yeah, 510, 3, 3, 3, 3. So, what is that? 10 plus 12, 22 DR. And how much evasion? 4.
This isn't where wens meet my butthole.
4, 4, and 20. So 28. Pretty close, just a little bit less. Dregor, you act like there would be any friction when you fart. That shit would sound like... I'm sorry. You are trying way too hard now. If you have to type that many lines to try to make a funny, turns out it's not funny. What are you talking about? I did finish. You're just too busy typing on your keyboard. You're probably fixing your fedora. You had to fix your fedora, sit up in your chair, and get ready to type on your keyboard. You couldn't even hear me finish the joke while you're hitting your keys.
This isn't where Dragor met my butthole.
You couldn't think of a sound equivalent to the movement of a small zephyr in the vastness of empty space? No, that's the joke. The fact that it was so quiet and difficult to hear, that is the joke. You guys are that dented, you don't get it. That's the whole purpose of not being able to hear it. Ah, damn, you guys are so dumb. Man, Kinjara, get the sword ready. We need to start severing these fucking gangrenous limbs. Just tell me when. Oh, I said Kajara and Valkia came jumping in front of him. No, 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 let me do it. Let me do it. Oh, shit. You made me feel wrong. Shut up. You're the one that was typing in all caps. Shut up. You guys are losers. Oh, every last one of you. But you know what? You're my losers. Wait. Oh, I didn't even see the time because I was looking at my multi-chat. Oh, I was like, why is my Discord going? What the hell? For some reason, my multi-chat, I guess because, I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why my multi-chat doesn't show shit like that. I need to check the settings. Maybe I can enable that. I think I need to look up like a new not Twitch, sorry, OBS plugin for multi-chat. Because the one that's built into Stream SE Live just is very meh. At best. That's the best I could describe it. Meh. Has a new character been released? No. Still have like 2 more weeks. So the likelihood of them releasing it before the ball is extremely unlikely. It'll most likely be the first Thursday after the ball. I don't mind it being called Seraph, to be honest. I think Seraph's a pretty cool name. I just hope that it resembles that. I want to see some abilities where she jumps in the air and slams her sword down and these big angel fucking wings come out. And she smites her enemies with holy power. But if they call her Seraph and there's nothing angelic about her, I'm gonna be pissed. I mean, we've seen images, short little videos showing her absolutely giant sword. I think her sword's gonna make Warrior's sword look tiny. Hey, Menzies. You see the Velk icon? Look at that. It almost looks like there's wings on the side of it there too. But no fucking wings on Velk! That's not reaching. That's just being reasonable that the icon doesn't mean shit. It's just an icon, which is perfectly reasonable. Trying to draw conclusions from a class icon is reaching. Doesn't mean you're wrong, but it's definitely reaching. You have no idea why Striker Mystic does by the icon? What are you talking about? The icon shows a fist, which implies the class punches. Therefore, sorry, not therefore, both classes punch. So what are you talking about? If anything, I'd say those are probably a couple of the most accurate icons. Okay, what about that one looks fine. Sword and shield, that's fine. Guardian, axe, guns. I mean, it reflects the weapon, right? What about this? That has nothing to do with the sword. That just looks like a rose. This, it's a shuriken. That kind of fits. I mean, I don't think anybody's... What about the hat? Wizard's just a hat. That doesn't reflect the weapon. Oh, I have 2 DKs. I was like, why do I feel like I've seen that already? Yeah, you gotta redeem the code in game to get the thing. It tells you a code right after you pre-register. If you want, you could just tell me the code. I'll try to redeem it and see if it works. By the way, Scum, you're the dumbass. Yes, the icon represents the weapon it uses, but it doesn't represent what they do. Which was the whole point of saying that just because there's wings on the icon doesn't mean that the savior's gonna use wings. Obviously, it's gonna use its sword. You would think, though, with the icon having that, and with the name change to Seraph, that there's gotta be wings. There has to be, right? But then again, you gotta remember, this is PA we're talking about here. They like to throw us for curveballs. Case in point, Nova. When Nova was first added to the game files, it was referred to as Paladin in the game files, and it had a tower shield. And then it ended up playing more like a fucking necromancer than a paladin. Necro would be fun, then play Nova. Nova is a Necro. I don't understand why people can't correlate these things. Just because she's in plate and has a shield and a mace, otherwise she plays exactly like a fucking Necro. She has little minions. She has a little demon of the dead that comes out. Oh, we just got a Herald. Let's go, baby. And it's gone. But yeah, because she's not wearing a robe and because she doesn't have a wand, people pretend like she's not a necromancer. If you put If you legit just put a robe and a dagger in her hand, or a wand, or a staff, any type of caster thing, people will be like, oh yeah, that's a necromancer. People are just set in their ways. They want things to be carbon copies of versions of classes in other games. As soon as there's any tiny deviation from that, they're like, nope, don't count. Don't count. I'll never get tired of the random words Canadians say weird. What did I say this time? They should buff Striker. Shut up. Dagger. What's wrong with Dagger? Let's see. I'm gonna get Google this. I might say it the exact same way Google says it. Dagger. Dagger. What the fuck? Here, 1 second. How the fuck is this any different? Dagger. Dagger. What the fuck are you talking about? It's the exact same thing. Dagger. What the fuck? Fuck you guys. Mods, get ready. The reckoning is upon us. A bag? What? Oh my god, fuck you guys. Do I hear a reckoning? We might just have to start over, Valkia. We're just gonna purge everybody and we're gonna start fresh on Twitch. It'll be me, you, Joe Bell, and Kinjara. We're starting fresh. Oh, and John. Man, oh my goodness, it was like Christmas in December yesterday. Never mind. Oh, I guess yesterday was still November. It was like Christmas in November yesterday. I went to the grocery store and they had 3 packs of chickens on for $20. So I bought 6 chickens. I was so fucking excited. I love it when chickens are cheap like that because I just bring them home and I separate them all myself. I made a nice big stock with the 6 carcasses. Holy. I've never seen Dragor in a different stream. He's like super dedicated to me. It's because Frosty quit streaming. He's a Frosty refugee. Cheap salmon, 3rd week in a row. Oh my god, why haven't I seen that at my grocery store? I love salmon. Holy. I like how every time I say that, Dragor gets his fucking panties in a twist. Actually, I've been here Since before Frosty stopped streaming, Zethian. Oh my god, Disco Donkey. Dudes. See, confirmation. Dux is a good dude too. I've never heard that man say a lie in his life, so we can definitely trust that. Dragor, on the other hand, you can't trust a damn thing he says. Dukes, I don't think I've had a chance to ask your opinion on the Wukong buffs. You think that those damage buffs to your non-Buddha form is going to make non-Buddha form a lot more useful? No, you're not cooked. You can use... Oh, yeah, what John just said there. You can use your time-filled stones to buy more base Tuvala. Or no, you can just use your Tuvala stones to repair, right? You don't have to get the Tuvala anymore. Disregard what I was about to say. Just listen to John. I'm out of touch. So when you go to the blacksmith, instead of repairing durability, you click the repair max durability button. And then it'll use your time-filled stones to bring the max durability back up. At best, we can unlearn... Oh, fuck, I forgot about that. Yeah, if they end up doing that, then you'll just be in Buddha form using non-Buddha abilities, which is super goofy. I remember when they first added successions to the game, there was a lot, like Succession Warrior, for example. I remember you would actually unlearn Prime Ground Smash to just use the normal Ground Smash. Originally. It might end up just being like that for Wukong, right? Where you're just not using your Buddha abilities. And then they're going to have to buff the Buddha ability. Oh yeah, super armor on charging thrust is huge. I never thought that they would do that with charging thrust. I thought they would do it with frenzied charge because it's a longer cooldown. But doing it on charging thrust is so much better. Because then it keeps frenzied charge for its engaging capabilities. And charging thrust being available every 7 seconds is going to give it much more maneuverability in group fights. Which is exactly where it's been struggling the most, right? I'm gonna keep it a buck though. If Savior ends up being a flop, I might fuck around a lot more with Suck Drac. Because one of my biggest issues, I always thought Suck Drac was a cool class, but I hated the Ion generation. And with them adding more ways to get Ions back, I might fuck with some Suck Drac. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm not gonna lie. Well, there's a difference, right? There's two different ways of assigning value with those two. Saying I'm gonna keep it a buck means I'm assigning a dollar value to it. Where I'm not gonna lie is implying that you're just not gonna lie. That the value is, and you know what? Maybe this time I won't lie. two completely different ways of assigning value to what you're saying. Hey, maybe I misunderstood the saying, but I've always assumed that when you say I'm gonna keep it a buck, because you're basically trying to say I'm willing to put money on that, right? Or I'm willing to spend money on it, right? Like, and your money is your time, right? I'm gonna keep it a stack. Ooh, like a stack of pancakes. I'm gonna put you on game. I ain't never heard that before. Well, then I misinterpreted the phrase. That doesn't change intent, though, and that's what the conversation is about, Menzies. Don't be Cavell, right? Remember, intent is important. Menzies probably doesn't understand even what OK was referencing when he mentioned that. And a previous conversation we had. He's just yapping for the sake of yapping, because that's, you know, the internet is the only place where he can yap and some people will listen to him. Oh, yeah, more work. That's my job. Wait, what's your job? Can I ask? You literally told me? I don't remember. I'll be honest. I like my definition. I'll keep it a buck better. I like my definition of that. Project manager? Yo, right now, we're all just sitting here yapping about something meaningless when we actually have a proper conversation going on between Dukes and Dragor that we're completely ignoring. We need to fan those flames. The real question is, when is Dragor going to take that VIP from Dukes? Yo, what's up, Ruskin? You know what the worst part is? Both of Dukes' classes are getting buffed. So shit ain't getting easier. You're running out of time, Dragor. Getting that VIP. That's your VIP. That's your VIP. Oh, that's right. I gotta check something on my phone. Fuck. completely forgot I had a voicemail. Sorry, chat. I gotta take a minute. My dad apparently fucked something up on his computer and he wants me to help him out. So I'm gonna go remote in and see if I can help him out. Ah, best thing I ever did. My parents are always calling me with issues with their computers. Setting up TeamViewer so I can very easily remote into their computers, and then I have a little password book with all of their passwords. When they accidentally sign out of things and shit, they are so bad for remembering their passwords. So now I just go grab the password book, remote in, bing bang boom, they're back on in no time. And then they think I'm the wizard. Shut up, Menzies. Don't even start with that nonsense. Yeah. Get that trebuchet, hook them up, and send them flying. But yeah, the nice thing, back to the whole, I guess it's kind of off topic. This is like 2 hours ago I mentioned this, but seeing those chickens on sale at the grocery store, oh my goodness. A pack of 3 for 20 bucks makes me so happy. Because like I said, I buy 6 for 40 bucks. That's 40 bucks Canadian. And then I end up making, what is it, 8 meals out of 6 chickens for 4 people, so 32 plates for 40 bucks. It's like $1.50 per plate, right? Sorry, less than that. Yeah, $1.25 a plate. It's so fucking cheap. And then you put a potato and some veggies on the side. I get so excited when it comes to saving money on food. You have no fucking idea. Yeah, groceries are so expensive. Eating ramen for lunch because Dad wants a 6090. Yeah. If these memory prices continue the way they're going and all of this nonsense, with AI. I don't think anybody's going to be able to afford a 6090. People who just use graphics cards for gaming are going to be completely priced out of graphics cards, and Nvidia is just going to close up shop. They're going to say, sorry. It turns out that our graphics card department is unprofitable, or, you know, not selling enough, so we're going to stop making graphics cards for consumers and just focus on AI. I feel like that shit is just around the corner. AMD won't be far behind when Nvidia does it. Well, that's the thing, right? Is they're both subjected to the market of demand on memory, right? These third-party retailers, right, who make their own graphics cards, if they have to get their own memory, and they're all going to be fighting with Nvidia for it, right? There's no way there's not going to be preferential treatment, and Nvidia's going to scoop it all up, and there's going to be nothing left for Asus or MSI or any of these third-party vendors for their graphics cards. And maybe the very little bit they get is just, you know, they're going to have to do such a crazy markup to make that shit worth it for them. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? Is if they are limited on memory, that means they're going to have to make sure that they sell more. Sell it for more, sorry. Since they won't have the volume, right? They got to make up for it. I think we're going to see some of these third-party vendors get squeezed out of the market because of it. Maybe Asus and MSI will survive, but some of these less popular ones, I think they're going to get completely squeezed out of the market. The thing about consoles is they use memory too. If you think that this isn't going to affect consoles, you're silly there too. The graphics cards in consoles use memory. The hardware uses memory, right? Not about preference, it's about limited supply. Not all back attack. Oh, we're just talking about the implications of how it's going to affect specifically gamers if we keep seeing AI put a chokehold on memory. Like, if it's bad enough, like if Nvidia sees that it's going to be bad enough that they no longer want to ship their cards to third-party vendors with memory that the vendors themselves are going to have to get their own, figure out how to get their own memory. Like, that's kind of insane. That shows how bad NVIDIA expects it to become. That basically means they want to hoard the memory they can get for themselves. Yeah. Oh, exactly. Yeah. But then that means us consumers who want the 2K GPUs are going to end up having to spend 4K, 5K, 6K. There's going to be a whole bunch of people who get completely priced out of GPUs. You're going to end up seeing, like, everybody's going to be forced to be using the low-end GPUs because that's the only thing everybody can afford. Yeah, I watched a video the other day that shows that you're actually, if you have the know-how, you can actually mod your cards, your GPUs, and increase the RAM on it, the VRAM. A hammer and an angle grinder, you can, but you might end up with a coaster after. Good jar. We call it intelligence, yeah. How funny would that be, though? Right? The implication of what you're saying is all of this shit that we're doing just ends up getting so expensive because of a lack of supply and a massive increase of demand that it ends up becoming less efficient than just getting people to do things, and we end up going full fucking circle. Weak bait, Cavell. Very weak. Just like your arguments. God forbid people remember that humans are useful. It's not that though, it's more so just all the resources that would get wasted, right? It would be ironic that all of a sudden we flip back to that and just wasted all these resources along the way. Just to end up back on humans. When we could have just stayed there and kept the resources and put it to more useful things. potentially more useful things. Well, it's very clear what's happening with AI right now is it's an arms race, right? There's no mistake that over years, knowledge is power, right? And right now, AI is being looked upon as if it's the holy grail of knowledge, right? So you have all of these countries who are racing for that knowledge before other countries because they don't want to lose that arms race. Yo, what's up, Beanie? Yeah. And that's why both US and China have a very vested interest in Taiwan. That neither country, both countries want it, but both of them know that either country would rather leave that island a crater before letting the other one have full control over it. There is no way the US would let China control Taiwan or vice versa. Like I said, they would both prefer to leave it a crater than let the other have full control over it. Oh my goodness, that looks fantastic. You're ignorant, but why? Because Taiwan is where most of the chips for everything is produced. The manufacturing infrastructure for building chips is just behind in other countries. But, you know, countries are trying to catch up. But everything's been being done in Taiwan for so long. I'm surprised. There's clearly something I don't understand about it, because it blows my mind that when you consider how important chips are to your military and your nation in terms of everything, right? Not even just for military, but for everything. Everything we do practically has a chip in it these days. It seems like like for any country, like a national security issue to not be able to self-sustain yourself with chips. So it blows my mind that like every country isn't moving towards trying to do that. There's obviously something I don't understand there, a gap in my knowledge. That is the reason why both China or the US don't seem to be able to sustain their own chip production. And are both leaning on Taiwan. Yeah, cost, I'm sure, is a massive part of it for sure. Expertise and tool precision. But that's the thing, right? I don't know, maybe Taiwan ain't selling that shit? Yeah. But it's definitely a national security issue for any country living in the modern age to not be able to sustain their own chip production. Yeah, there's definitely a massive value in that. This is probably part of the reason why Intel moved into the GPU market, right? Is because they saw, like, NVIDIA used to be only GPUs, really. And now look at NVIDIA, right? Intel's probably like, shit, we kind of fucked up, ignoring GPUs for as long as we have. But it also goes beyond GPUs right now, like trying to just get the memory. But the memory shortage is being driven by multiple factors. It's crazy to think that you could have spent $1,000 on memory like 6 months ago and sell it all for like 10 grand today. Or maybe not that much of a markup, but man, you could have actually just done a massive memory investment, made a fortune. Well, part of the problem is, from what I understand, is they dialed back memory production a bit because there was just such a surplus and people weren't really buying it. So, and they were trying to get rid of old stock, and then this hit. So it's like supply went up, demand was down because supply was down because demand was down, but then demand shot up. So, I mean, I'm sure they'll ramp up production if memory's selling this much for this much, right? I feel bad for anybody who's still on a DDR4 platform and they were thinking of upgrading. Because, like, right now, if you wanted to upgrade, like, let's say you're running an older PC and you wanted to upgrade to a newer platform, the memory itself might price you out of being able to make that jump right now. Yeah. The thing is, though, is people are even getting owned with DDR4, right? But if you already have a DDR4 platform, you don't necessarily have to update your memory. But if all of a sudden you want to swap to a new, more modern processor, and you have to make the swap to DDR5, yeah, you're kind of fucked. But even DDR4 is expensive right now. But that's also being driven, too, because a lot of DDR4 has been discontinued. They're just not manufacturing it anymore. Time to eat my lunch. This looks amazing. Peppers, cheese, egg. Mmm. Yeah, I have 32 gigs of memory, but with these prices, I wish I would have just sprung for the 64, the 232 sticks. Hindsight's always 2020, though, eh? Or in a flame tower. You just put that paperweight on your space bar and walk away. Yeah, probably worth it to just sell those, Ganjara. When I built my new PC, I replaced my memory. Or no, I had to RMA my memory, and I ended up just buying new memory and sold the RMA'd memory when it came back because they just sent me two brand new sticks. Fuck, I wish I would have held on to that. Could have made a few $100 off that shit. $900. Holy fuck, that's so crazy. I still remember when I was a kid, teenager. I went to Future Shop, who's out of business now. I don't think there is any Future Shops, but I remember I needed more memory. And when I went there, I remember it was $1 per megabyte. So when I bought 64 megabytes of memory, it was $64 plus tax. Okay, I'm back. Hmm. Oh shit. Drop buff is gone. Oh, somebody popped the AP buff 5 minutes ago. Maybe they're about to drop the drop buff. Wait for it. It's coming. They're about to pop the drop buff in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Damn, that'd have been sick. Yeah. We were talking about that a few days ago. Very interesting. Although in the case of Sork, it's only black hole. It's only the 100, but it is interesting though. They are the 4 classes. I mean, counterpoint though, I think it would be odd if you're going to count to vacuums. It's kind of odd to include Sork and not Sage. Because Sage is vacuum, especially on Suck, specifically on Suck, not so much on Awakened. Compression is a lot more useful than the black hole. Yeah, Novas. Basically, any ability in this game where you set it and forget it and it's still active is considered a summon, right? It's its own entity. I don't like the idea of calling it a pet. A pet implies to me that you can issue commands to it. But That's kind of more semantics on my behalf. I like to refer to those things more as summons than pets. But even that being said, I think the Mystic one, though, is not. Like, that's just a channel. That's them sitting there doing it. Where Velk, they throw it, and then it goes off as they're doing other things. Same with Nova's little, I don't know what it's called, gravity well or something. That's another thing where they throw it, and, you know, they can do other things while you're stuck in it. Same thing with Black Hole. But Awakened Mystic, as soon as they cancel it, it stops. I'm pretty sure they can cancel it. Maybe I'm mistaken. I'm pretty sure in the case of Sage, it's the same deal too. Like if you do compression and you get CC'd, if somebody's in it, they could still get floated and, you know, vacuumed. I haven't used it in so long though. Maybe I'm mistaken with that. But I am vaguely remembering when I was playing Suck that if I got CC'd throwing a compression, it could still CC my opponent, which was kind of funny because like you would get CC'd, but then they would get CC'd because the float comes out at the end of it, right? They might make him animation lock, yeah. But if that's the case, Mystics already is animation locked. I'm pretty confident. The other three aren't. Where's Class at? Where are the Mystics at? Awaken Mystics, where are you at? Fill the gaps in our knowledge. If you cancel out of the vacuum, does it instantly cancel the vacuum? If you get CC'd out of the vacuum, does it cancel the vacuum? Surely there's a Mystic in chat here who can fill the gaps in our knowledge. Doesn't matter if the vacuum's SA. I don't know if you're aware of this, but you can grab somebody in SA. Or you can get, like, if you did an unprotected ability right before the vacuum, you could get CC'd out of it too, because even though you're technically being CC'd out of the preceding ability, it doesn't stop you from starting the second ability. Because of the communication delay between the client and the server. Maybe I just log on my Mystic and go to the BA, test it real quick. Should take 2 seconds to test. Just throw the vacuum, cancel out of it, and if it immediately stops the vacuum, that answers that, right? If the vacuum keeps going, then it's similar. But no, if the vacuum kept going, then there'd be no reason for the Mystic to stand there and channel it, right? Because every time I see a Mystic doing a vacuum, they're sitting there going through the whole animation. If they could just cancel it and it would keep going, then they would do that every time. There'd be no reason not to. Maybe you can't cancel out of it? The channel? Yeah. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure as soon as you stop, it stops. Assuming you can cancel out of it, and I'm pretty sure you can. I'm pretty confident I've gone for grabs on Mystics who are in the middle of a vacuum and they see me coming and then they cancel it. That's what I'm remembering off the top of my head, too. I'll test it after the next AFK phase. We'll just go to the BA. It'll take 2 seconds. You guys will just have to remind me what ability it is. I'm sure it's probably just the dash to cancel out of it. I guess the increase in Devils definitely added more dopamine to the spot. Oh, Shy is still a great Dolan's class. Shy does awesome damage. And bringing that extra HP to the party makes it a lot more comfortable for those big attacks, right? I think ideally you still want a Shy. It's just not mandatory anymore. Yeah, I ended up getting one just like 2 or 3 days ago. A duo. I can't remember which one it was, but I think it was an earring. Maybe it was a ring. Oh, hell yeah, 2 double rings. Okay, let's hop on the Mystic real quick. Let's get to the bottom of this. What's the name of the vacuum, you guys? And oh, I hope I've done it with the Awakening quest. I might not be able to test this. Okay, good. I did. Or did I not? Oh no, I did. Okay, let's see. It's not that. Pushes the target on hits? No, we're looking for suck. Pulling the target on attacks one. Is it Tidal Burst? Is it the Shift R&B? Oh fuck, I need weapons. See. And the awakening is different, right? It's the cestus. Bing, bing, bing. Okay. You say Dragon Rip? Essie. Okay. Here, I'll just learn everything. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I couldn't cancel out of that. Is there a way to cancel out of that? I tried just doing like a shift dash. What other movements do they have? There's that. WF. Oh, I think I'm in the wrong hand. WF didn't work. Maybe we can't test this. Or maybe I need to find somebody to come meet me in the battle arena and grab me out of it and see if the grab cancels it. Oh, okay. You can cancel it with LMB. It says right in the description, LMB while charging to perform explosive attacks. So that's your cancel. Well, that's the whole point, right, Canadian dude? Is if the vacuum is a summon, then it's isolated away from your character. It's something you set and forget, and it'll go through the whole animation once it's set. That's the whole thing we're testing. Anybody in... Fuck, what BA did I just go to? Anybody see what BA I went to? There's no way to check. I was gonna say, if there's anybody to come here, try to grab me right after I vacuum them, see if it continues to suck them. Where's Multi at? Where the fuck are these... Where are these mystics at? What is the cooldown on that anyways? 13 seconds. Man, it feels shorter than that. Oh well. Yeah, so it does... The fact that it gets cancelled as soon as you LMB implies to me that it's not a summon, but I would like to see it for sure. Maybe getting CC'd out of it, getting grabbed out of it is different. But I'm pretty confident that when I've grabbed Mystics out of it, it's immediately ended the vacuum. But I'm not 100% confident. Which BA? Okay, fine. Let's do BA 4. Yeah, I guess a range grab would probably, but that might be just a delay, right? That might be just because of the communication delay with the server, where it thinks the vacuum's still going and then it recognizes, oh no, never mind, it's not. Wait, don't tell me you're here on a dosa. What is with that? Go get a haircut. What is wrong with you? Oh my god. Oh, never mind, it's fixed. What was with that haircut a second ago? What the fuck? Or are you a hippie? What class you on? You should probably be on a ranged class, by the way, or a class with a range grab. Because I'm pretty sure the vacuum is going to pull you away from me. Anyways, let's give it a try. Because I don't think you're going to be able to grab me with a melee grab. I'm pretty sure you have to be a range grab to grab a mystic out of it. Oh, I don't have the core for that. Yo, Pones, there we go. There's a mystic. If you get grabbed out of your vacuum, will it still vacuum the person or does it immediately stop the vacuum? That's what we're trying to figure out. Because I feel like with Mystic, it immediately stops the vacuum. It still goes? Okay, okay, okay. Because if you cancel it with LMB, it stops it, right? Oh. What do you mean it doesn't? Like if I go do this, that's definitely... Let me try. Oh, still waiting on the cooldown. I feel like you would still be sliding on... Fuck, man, I wish these... Nane, dude, you back yet? I want to try something different with you. I want to try canceling it. But I want you to just do a super armor so you don't get knocked down. Just sit in a super armor. Because I want to try to instantly cancel it and see if it keeps sucking you. Just come over here and hold Q. Yeah. Hurry up. Stay still. I'm going to do it to your back. I don't know. That seems shorter. I was kind of slow with it there, though. Come on, cooldown. Hey, look at me. I'm being CC'd by a man who's not doing anything. He's literally just sitting there. Let's see. One. Why are you trying to grab me? That's not what we're testing now. God damn it! Yeah, well, there's obviously going to be some server delay because of the communication time with servers. Okay, well, that's... No, if I instantly cancel with LMB, that definitely ended shorter there. I mean, come down onto flat ground here, and don't press any keys on your keyboard. Just take your hands off. Because I can't tell if you're holding W or if that's desync or what. But just don't hit anything. But if I do this and just let it rip for its full animation. Yeah, I had a feeling you were holding W. Don't hold W. Don't press anything. But if I do... Waiting. Has it been 13 seconds yet? That's definitely shorter if I cancel it. There's obviously always going to be a little bit of a delay, where there's a little bit of a linger time on the vacuum. But it's definitely shortening the vacuum. Right? Do I need to record that and do a side-by-side with frames to show? That was the full. Vacuum into 100. What key? What's the 100? The 100 has a little bit of a wind-up, too. Dragon Rising, eh? Did we get another week of scam boxes? I don't know. I actually didn't look. Did we? I don't know if I would call them scam boxes. I broke even every time. Like, when you get the worst reward, you break even. I don't know if I would call them scam boxes if you break even on the worst. Like, you could probably make an argument that the sharps aren't the most common thing, but they're technically worth less right now, but they won't stay that way, right? You hold on to them, you will get the money back, if not possibly more. That definitely seems shorter if I cancel with LMB. Maybe there's an interesting interaction with the 100. Maybe there's a unique interaction. I need 15% more. What BA are we in again? I completely forgot. We're in BA4. There we go. I wonder if Shift Q, the 100, has a different interaction with it, though. You'll come after AFK phase? Okay, cool. You're probably just popping in. What we're trying to figure out, right? We were having a conversation about the 4 classes they mentioned about adjusting next week. And it's obviously interesting that they mentioned 4 vacuum classes. Mystic being kind of loose. Like, obviously Black Hole is a vacuum, but it's definitely not comparable to, like, Nova, Mystic, or Velk's vacuum, right? In terms of usability. And if they're targeting vacuum specifically, Sage in general, but Awakened Sage never uses it because it's unprotected and it's a super long animation. But in the case of Sage, it's odd that they wouldn't mention that because Sage actually has a vacuum that's usable even more than Mystic's. You just have to use it after a rift chain, but you can use it every 7 seconds if you want to. And it's a stiff into a vacuum into a flow, which is super strong against certain classes. Okay, I have my 100. So, let's see. We'll try to shift Q immediately off of it. Let's see. Okay, no. I tapped shift Q and nothing happened. So, maybe I have to LMB first? I mean, if I LMB first, it'll definitely work. Why did that not seem like the same 100? Do they do a main hand 100? I feel like the thing that I feel like when the Mystics 100 me, it's like a fucking punch. They like do some shit with their hands and then they fucking punch you and I don't remember ever seeing the dragon. And this only has a PvE vacuum, the 100, so that's odd. Yeah, when you're done, Pones, come here. I want to see it from my perspective because it definitely feels like looking at Canadian Dude when I'm doing the full versus canceling with the LMB, it definitely looks shorter from my end. And he's saying it feels shorter from his end. But yeah, I definitely want to feel it. I want to feel you suck me, Pones. Get in here right now. Maybe I'll log on my main so I don't get one shot. Use Arsha 3 gear, you're fine. Oh, yeah, I guess I could have. Oh, well, I'm on my stage now, anyways. Yeah, so what we were trying to figure out is the reason why we're trying to test these vacuums is we're trying to see if maybe it was like vacuums that persist even like no matter what the opponents are doing, right? Like their summons. Like a Velk can throw their summon and then there's a delay and they can be doing other things and then the vacuum hits, right? Same thing with Nova Grab. They put the little gravity hole well on the ground or whatever it's called and they're doing their own thing and if somebody steps in it, they're being vacuumed, right? Same thing with Black Hole. It's something they throw out and they can be doing other things while the vacuum's going. So we were thinking maybe it was grab specific, or sorry, vacuum specifically like that they're targeting. But yeah, maybe. And you know what? This is probably the more reasonable thing. Is it's probably just any vacuum. Us trying to think about maybe it's only specific vacuums is probably overthinking it. They're probably just trying to target any vacuum and they completely forgot Sage has a vacuum. That's probably what's going on. That's the most likely. I have not Pones. Is it a long time? But that's a push, right? Like you're saying, anti-vac, it's a push, I think. What do you mean by that? Oh, shit. I'm burning. I'm burning up. Yeah, we're probably just overthinking it. They probably just forgot Sage has a vacuum. That's probably all it is. Oh yeah, Corsair has vacuums too, and it wasn't mentioned. I mean, not a lot of people really playing Suck Sage in like Solaire or Corsair in Solaire, so maybe that's why they forgot about them. Nobody's complaining about their vacuums because nobody's playing them. There's a very small amount of people. Corsair vacuum is definitely not a summon. I'm pretty confident Sage's is though. Like I'm pretty. Actually, are you still in there? Are you still in the battle arena? Come back to battle arena 4. Your pawns are going to be perfect to test this with Sage. Because I could throw the vacuum on you, and it's unprotected as an awakening Sage. And you can definitely CC me right out of it. When you say it's the best out of all of them, do you mean like the strongest or the best, like most reasonably designed? Probably the former. Okay, we lock that. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. And then compression, compression. Where are you at? There it is. Wait. Can I still not do it? Even though I locked the Magnus? I guess I gotta unlearn the Magnus. Oh yeah, I guess I could hotbar it. True. I forgot about that. Wait, did they get rid of the vacuum on it? Is that not vacuuming you? Why does it look like it's not sucking you? That time it did. Or no, it just pushed him back because he was blocking. Wait, does Sage Vacuum not work? It's stiffing you. I think I saw a little movement there. Huh? Does Sage Vacuum not work anymore in PvP? Yo, 1 second. I'm gonna go hit one of these mobs over here. Yeah, it's definitely working on these guys. It stiffs and floats, but... Oh. It looked like it might have pulled you there a little bit. It almost looked like the pull was kind of delayed there. That's weird. So what were we going to test? Oh yeah, try to vacuum me with the Mystic. Okay. That was really fast. That was the fast one. Insta-cancelled. Do a full one. Let a full one rip. I wonder if being... No, being CC doesn't stop you from getting... Yeah, that definitely felt longer. But, I mean, I guess it's hard to say because I was on the ground the first time. I need, like, a movement SA ability. Fuck. All my shit's iframe. Get on suck? I know, I could use an SA Rift. I don't think I have a suck spec set up, though. Yeah. Honestly, I don't think it really matters so much. I think just because they didn't mention a couple other vacuums, I think maybe because they forgot about those vacuums. Man, that 100 fucking hurts. Holy. Okay, thanks for coming, Bones. I think we just gotta wait till next Thursday and see what's up. See what ends up happening. Was it just a coincidence they mentioned 4 classes with vacuums? And if so, if not, then did they just forget about like Corsair and Sage's vacuum? Although I'm still surprised. I feel like Sage's vacuum wasn't working compared to those ones. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, I don't fucking know. I'm really just grasping at straws here. I better go. Shit, is it gonna let me do the Adana boss with a wound on me? Or sorry, the... What happened to Essences of Devour? They dropped them in price and people rarely buy them anymore? Because people can do Apex and Bamboo now 5 times a week to get 5 faints every week. On top of that, they've done multiple events that give you a fuckload of stacks, right? Specifically this one, you get a 250, you get a 150, a 200, 120, plus the pre-registration for the new class gave everybody a 300. On top of that, the night vendor event that's coming next week. The last time we had a night vendor event, it had a whole fuckload of really cheap stacks in there. Also, you combine that with the fact that people are kind of holding off on enhancing some items right now. Specifically, Tet Fallen Gods. People are waiting on enhancing those items, so they're not using stacks on them because they want to see what's going to happen with the ball first. It's a combination of a lot of different things. Okay, I'm gonna get Sangoon rolling. Shit, maybe I should just do all my bosses right now. Oh yeah, Hash 100 has a vacuum too, eh? The main hand? I wonder. There's so few. I think the only suck hash I saw was Vert, and I don't even know if I played with him once all season. I'm pretty sure it was just a couple of Awaken hashes, Emmanuel, Disto, and I feel like there was one other, but I guess I could just take a look at the rankings. Heart King. Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. I don't know if I saw Schmoobin at all. Wait, Lama was? I don't think I ran into Lama once. Oh yeah, Chaos Silence. Wait a minute. Oh, I played some games with Revy, but I think we only played together. Anyways, I'm gonna do my bosses right now. Maybe I'll do Sangoon last. I'll do my bamboos first. Shit, did I get both those buffs up? Yeah, I don't understand it either. I mean, if Hash had a lightning theme, I'd be a Hash instead of a Sage. Hash isn't as difficult as people make it out to be. But that doesn't change the fact that people want more lower hanging fruit, that's for sure. A lot of difficult, I'm doing air quotes, difficult awakening classes, they've dumbed down a lot. I did not mean to do that rift. Oops. That fucked up my positioning. Give me a heal. That wasn't a big enough heal. Give me another one. Yeah, you could. I'm sure you could make the argument that playing Awaken Hash at its full potential requires more effort than some other classes and a lot of other classes. But doing those other things aren't like make or break. It's not like you're going to be absolute shit not doing them. Those additional things like tab canceling, right? It's obviously going to be an asset, but you're still going to have a really solid baseline. And without that shit, it's a pretty straightforward class if you're not doing tab cancels. It's not like back in the day when we still had mouse to move, the difference between an Awakened Zerk that was good with mouse move and one that wasn't, right? That was a night and day difference. If you weren't using mouse move, there was no point of even playing Awakened Zerk. There was an absurd difference between, you know, a Zerk that was good with mouse move and one that wasn't. Yeah, I do remember. I think you guys are referencing back when you had to pay attention to what hand the I can't remember the name of the weapon is, but the Awakened weapon it was in, right? I think if you wanted to do a fast grab, the weapon had to be in your left hand. Because you grabbed with the right hand. So anytime the weapon was in the right hand, it would be a slower grab. The most important thing to me right now, though, if we're going to talk about balancing classes or whatnot, is if we have Guild League coming around the corner, please, please, please address these DP stones. I do not want to go into Guild League matches where 8 out of the fucking 10 people are all running 4+ DR Skittles. It's just going to be so boring. Well, anybody who was running that many DR Skittles were already running DR Reforges. Everybody was running DR Reforges, even if you were a full glass setup. So being able to swap your Reforges doesn't matter a whole lot. And the extra HP on the Skittles doesn't matter. I mean, we're running around with over 10,000 HP now. An extra 250 or whatever per crystal is such an inconsequential amount. The DR itself is a problem, not the... Oh my god, I'm getting fucking blasted. I need to back up a little bit. Okay, bamboo done. Let's do Apex. I'm interested to see how Calb does in Guild League. I don't know if he's ever been heavily involved in Guild League. I don't think, like, when he was... I'm trying to remember, like, the guilds that he's been in. Awaken Sage is a super solid Guild League class. Did he in Epi? But did Epi, like, he might have done some, but Epi I don't think was, like, super into Guild League, though, right? Like, they occasionally did it, but it wasn't, like, that big of a deal. It was kind of like, let's do it and get some rewards, and that's kind of it. Unless I'm mistaken. What's up, Dodo? Fuck, a little backwards jump. That's annoying. Oh, fuck. My dog was in the darkness. Yo, why are you jumping away from me, you little bastard? Oh, that's right, he's doing that shit. Yeah. Do I still have my buffs? They might have been running off about now. Oh no, I'm still good. 3 minutes. That should be more than enough time to finish this. Damn, that's kind of a long range attack. Ow, holy fuck. Keeps appearing over there. Get out of there, you little bastard. Here he comes. Yeah, that's the big difference between a good and a bad Awakened Sage. Or sorry, Suck Sage. Is how well they utilize the vacuums and know, like, which classes to use it against. Because there's some classes, man. Oh my god, vacuums annihilate them. Not if Vega runs 8 DP players again. I'm pretty sure. Oh. Ugh. Yeah, he's in Vega. And. Sorry, he's in Pico, yeah. And, if I'm not mistaken, it was like Digi, who was obviously way higher than everybody else, but then it was like Pico, and then there was a big leap till Vega. I'm pretty sure Pico beat Vega most of the time, like 9 times out of 10 in Guild League. Oh shit. Ooh, I thought I was gonna die there. If I'm not mistaken, it was pretty big. Oh, you mean like per game? Yeah. Yeah, the games were definitely close a lot of the time. I thought we were talking about like the rating difference. Oh fuck, I might die here. Yeah, I don't think Pico like steamrolled those guilds. No, they were very close games. But Pico won. Ended up pulling the win much more often. You're right. I wonder, can we still see old match history? Oh yeah, we can here. Damn, I wish it showed the finishing scores in this screen. But yeah, reasonably close. Still reasonably close. This one wasn't even fucking remotely close. What the hell happened this game? Did these come in with a pure Blackstone? What the fuck happened? Wait, 4 shies? What is this nonsense? 4 fucking shies. What were they thinking? Where's the Vega game? I guess this one wasn't that close. Can I just press down on my keyboard? Of course not. That poor Deadeye was picked on? Wait. Oh my god, I can't even imagine. The Deadeye and the Shy and the Dosa. God, that's funny. Fucking 4 shies. Oh shit, wrong spec. Was I CC'd there? There we go. There we go. You should pop a loot scroll. The Orb Warrior's gotta be so close now, too. I can't remember. Can I transport a character without logging on it now with the map? I'm gonna do that during the next AFK phase. I'm gonna move my Wukong out here so I don't have to go back to like Belia or something. Although I guess I don't need to tag them to move together, so then I don't think it matters. I don't plan on playing it or even copying gear to it. So it might not even matter actually. Never mind. Yeah, I believe it's supposed to start this week. That's what people have been saying. But I'm not worried about that. That's not what I'm referencing. Once my warrior's 66, I just want to take a new character to start dumping XP on. Oh, okay, gotcha. Whoa. Did they never make Manos clothes for trading or farming? No? God, that seems so lazy. Not only that, but the fact that we still can't put all of our tools in here or our accessories in this window, they feel so lazy with some things. No actual benefit to using Manos with them? Yeah, I mean, they should make a benefit. They could just take the benefit of whatever the +5 close is and just make it that plus a little bit more, right? Whatever reason you're going for the +5 close, just make it that and better. Just XP. There you go. Make it even more XP for Manos. Traders could have extra weight. Yeah, there you go. Extra XP and weight. Maybe for farming, make it a higher chance to get byproducts or something, or moles. Just lazy that they haven't done that. I'm sure we could, in 30 minutes, we could think of 5 different things they could add to Manos Close for trading and farming that would make it worth it to use Manos Close. The fact that they haven't put in 30 minutes of effort to do the same is just lazy. What's up, Vortex? Are any of the in-game spots good XP? Yeah, they are now. All of the Ulukita spots, or not Ulukita, Adania spots are solid XP. Nothing compares to Old Gyphon, but Old Gyphon got indirectly nerfed with the monster damage changes. Can't kill nearly as quick there anymore. God, how have we made so much fucking silver today? What the hell? I feel like I might have had to, I know I had some of that stuff carry over, but man, it's so easy to make silver in this game now. Got 1 month, I'll probably make $500 billion by the new year. Only $3 billion an hour, this guy. There's no way to know that, Ember. If they add a ton of things that need to be enhanced and they don't add more ways to get stacks, then yes. If they don't add new things that you need to enhance and they add more stacks, no. Any answer I could give you would be equally as valuable to you as me just writing a bunch of things on paper, blindfolding myself, reaching into a hat and pulling one out. Getting an answer that way would be equally as valuable to you. That's because PA doesn't like the markets to fluctuate on their own supply and demand. PA has a they like to have a dictatorship type of control over the markets. To the point where sometimes I wonder why they even let some prices fluctuate. If every time the price goes up, they're just going to flood the market with an event, just set some fucking fixed price. But like, having hungers and stuff go up made Darkseekers and Tungrad interesting spots again. And they're like, no, can't have that. Can't have that! Better put her foot down on that bullshit. God forbid people feel like they have options. Options confuse me. Well, there we go. They did it for you. Right? They hold off adding upgrades to your gear because they don't want you to feel overwhelmed. They make sure you don't have options for grinding so you don't feel confused. Pearl Abyss just gonna hold our hands. Being manipulated? Not really. Just every single new spot, every single new activity they add to the game, in order for it to drop something of value, it has to drop debos. Because debos are like the only thing with value, right? So, just oversaturated. That too. People gamble when it doesn't make sense. People have no concept of opportunity cost either. There's a lot of people out there who, if they go out and they spend the time getting the base debos, and then they enhance with them, they'll think that because they got the debos, that they don't have to factor in the value of the debo into the cost of manufacturing, of making the TET or the pen debo. So then they vastly overestimate the profit on it, or think they're making profit when they're not. People are so bad with keeping track of input and opportunity costs, it's obnoxious. And because of that, yeah, they undersell things, thinking they're making a profit and not realizing they're losing money. Yeah. When they first added the central market, that was me, guard brace. I stopped enhancing and just started buying everything, and my progression went through the roof. People didn't realize how much money they were wasting doing taps. And once you just started selling that stuff, the silver piled up so fast. Yeah, now, oh yeah, you make a ton of game not even playing, a ton of money not even playing the game. Between AFK fishing every week and doing your weekly bosses, holy, that's already a nice chunk of silver. On top of what they give us every week. It's probably a lot to do with whales too, right? The whales swipe on those boxes, which gives them stacks and memory fragments and all that shit for enhancing. And then the whales are like, well, I want silver too. I got my crons from the boxes, but I'm going to use all of these stacks. And then they think they value the stacks as being free. And then they just make a Tet Debo and sell it for dirt cheap. Because they don't care, right? I think part of it has to do too with the market of buying pens versus buying Tets, right? Most people, if they don't have Karazad yet, they have I think most new players are probably like, should I go Karazad or should I buy a Tet Debo? I think they don't immediately consider buying a pen Debo because saving up 150 bills seems like so much more monumental for a new player, right? So they're immediately focused on, should I go base Karazad or Tet Debo? And then once they do that, once they've already invested silver into either a base Karazad enhancing it up or exchanging a Tet Debo, now they have the sunken cost fallacy eaten at them, right? Where all of a sudden they're at the point where they're full Tet Debos, right? Or full pen Karazad. And now they're like, oh shit, I should have gone pen Debo because that's far more valuable. But now if I go pen Debo, all of the money and resources I've sunk into getting these pen Karazad is wasted because there's no way to get that value back. They do need to add the ability to melt down a pen Karazad or any enhanced Karazad to get Dawns or something back. So this way, if you do decide to go, like, if you decide to pivot and save up for pen Debos, Now you can actually melt down your old Karazad. But even if you do the math, right, it's still worth it. Even if you have Pen Karazad and you decide to abandon that path and save up for Pen Debo, it's still in your best interest to do that. You still save money, even though that value that you sunk into the Pen Karazad is wasted. You're still at a net positive. But people have such a difficult time getting past the idea that whatever they sunk into it, even if that is a more valuable route, they hate the idea like, okay, I threw that away. So they just hard commit to it, even if it is the worst option. People hate feeling like they wasted time. They hate it so much. So they would rather hard commit to the harder path than admit defeat and pivot. Yeah. PA needs to do it. They need to let people melt down enhanced Karazads. They need to do it. Because it's such a shitty feeling for a new player. Or just let them convert it back. If you don't want them to be able to melt it into Dons, because you don't want to flood the Don market, let them convert a Pen Karazad back to a Tet Debo. That'd be fine too, right? Although I guess that would create issues if you're at Hex or Sep, right? Maybe if you're at Hex or Sep or anything in between, then it'll give you some Dons back and the Tet Debo, right? I guess that's an option for anything between Pen and Nov. But they do need to do something. Who tapped a whaling armor piece the other day? Hell yes, Helmingway. Good shit. Kind of risky to be enhancing Tet Fallen God right now, but I'm happy to hear that it worked out for you. Hoping for a free Pen Debo this ball. I picture them giving away a Tet Fallen God instead, or a base Adana armor. I can't picture them giving away a free Pen Debo. I think they'll lower the pities on Tet Fallen God, or on all Fallen Gods, which will dramatically reduce the value of Tet Fallen God, and then they'll give away... I don't think they'll give away a Tet Fallen God armor. I think they'll actually give away an Adana armor, because I don't think they want to... I don't think they want people to be dumping Fallen Gods into the market the same way that happened with Tries, right? I mean, who knows? I mean, maybe they just don't even give a fuck. I think it's smarter to give away a base Adana armor to prevent Tet Fallen Gods from absolutely flooding the market. Well, that's what I just said. And that's very likely to happen, Aristi, right? They've already, like, when they added Sovereigns, they replaced Pen Black Stars, or Black Stars in general. As soon as they add a replacement for an item, they make the preceding item easier to get, right? They did that with Black Stars. I think there's a very good chance they do that with Fallen God this ball. They reduce the pities by, you know, potentially drop it 40-50% of what it currently is, effectively dropping the value of the item as well. They'll probably drop the pities to what the average is to make it. So now you either you either go average and it's the cost of the item, or you get lucky. And then, yeah, they'll probably give, in that same box, you get your choice of an Adana armor, and or, for the people who already have an Adana armor, they get to choose Adana stones for clicking. Because they did that with previous boxes too, right? Previous boxes that gave stuff that, you know, like people like me wouldn't need. Then they would give something else in that box that they could have as well. They'll give like a Tetadonna armor and like 20 Adana stones. Or 20 Adana stones if you want. Or did I say a Tetadonna armor? I mean a base Adana armor. You get to pick your choice of a base Adana armor. Or like 20 Adana stones. Yeah, I'm excited for Savior too. I really want to play her. I don't know what she's gonna be about, but a big old great sword, holy power. I hope she has some support capabilities to her. Like I said, I want her to be like a combo of like the support of Awakened Velk, some fast abilities like Awakened Warrior, but also some slow, impactful, hard-hitting abilities like Suck Drac. If they do a combo like that, ooh-wee. We might actually have a replacement to my Sage. But I love my Sage, so it's going to be hard to replace him. It's going to take a lot. Oh yeah, that sword? Man. That sword that Savior's using looks like it's going to make Warrior insecure about the size of his sword. You want it to be the Awakened weapon? Yeah. Whether it's Awakened or main hand. Luckily, that's why I really wanted to get my main hand a deck, get my weapons all sorted out, so it doesn't matter which it is. I think it would. The reason why I also want it to be the Awakened weapon, even if it is an Ascension class, I want it to be the Awakened weapon, is because the Arsha weapons always look coolest on the largest weapons. All of the largest weapons look coolest with the Arsha skin. So if that Claymore ends up being the Awakened weapon, it could look really cool, the Arsha version of it. Warrior Shift F. Are you talking about Ground Smash? I'm trying to think what Warrior Shift F is. I know SF is Ankle Break. I don't know if there's an Awakening Shift F ability. No, there definitely isn't a Shift F for Awakening, because that automatically moves you to main hand, right? Yeah, that's right. Yo, what's up, Neffy? Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, Ground Smash and yeah, Earth Tremor if you're Succession. I think if Savior does end up being a flop for me, I'm definitely gonna fuck with Suck Drac a bit. With the changes they're making to it with its IQON generation, I'm definitely going to mess with some Sugdrak. Yeah, anytime I mess around on something new, within the hour I'm back on Sage because it's, Sage is home. But maybe. I've always gravitated towards Paladin classes in all of my history of playing any type of RPG. So Savior does end up feeling a lot like that. I'm all about it. I would have played Awakened Velk if it wasn't a Lance. The Lance just absolutely kills it for me. Otherwise, like, if you would have taken Awaken and Suck Velk and made Awaken Velk the sword and board, I'd be an Awaken Velk today. Oh, god damn! I just sneezed a fucking 1,000 times. Damn, the Adonas are out in force. They should make a thing where if all of the Adonas pop their buff at the same time, it does a super Adana buff. Is Wusa Suck good right now? I don't think so. I don't see anybody playing it. Yo, you know what I just realized? I have another Voltarian to get right now. I gotta level that shit up to level 15 though for the reward, right? For the chance at the thing. This is like my 5th one. Stop flexing. The thing is I don't even have to do much to get that. It's just a lucky being in a guild like Pico. When we're doing War of the Roses every week, every other week, sorry. And then Castle, it's like, how is Warrior? I mean, it's getting better. It's getting a long overdue change. The super armor on charging thrust is massive. Because one of the biggest things that holds them back is their mobility. They have very obsolete mobility in 2020, soon 2026. They do great combo damage. Not massive traders, but great combo damage, good catches. Not that you can catch anybody with anything but a grab these days, though. So, I mean, it used to be great catches, but when people are uncatchable, maybe not so much. It'll definitely be interesting to see how it evolves with that. See how, like, Bobo does with super armor on charging thrust. Yeah, maybe I'll AFK. I'm not going to force you guys to watch me do it this time. But I'll set up my character to AFK horse train my new Voltarian up so I can just Imperial it. Oh, counter's an insanely good catch on Suck Warrior. Insanely good. Suck Warrior has some really solid catches. Between that, I'm pretty sure that's full forward guard ranged, right? You got Ground Smash, which knows a giant AoE around you. You obviously have Grab. You have, I think it's Deep Slash is a stiff, but that one's unprotected. I think I'm thinking of Deep Slash. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. You have Spin Counter for your knockdown. Although I think if you catch somebody with counter, you can't do a spin counter, right? Don't they share a cooldown depending on the counter you use? I can't remember. They do share a cooldown? Okay, yeah, I thought so. Does Suck Warrior still have the bound on chopping kick, or they removed that from both, right? I don't think either of the two warriors have a bound on chopping kick anymore. I don't think there was ever a prime chopping kick. I think it was only ever absolute. No, we don't. We don't know what style of class she's going to be. All I care about is she has some real good hip sliders. That's what I want. Chopping kick is still a bound. Is there a prime chopping kick? I don't think there is. I'm pretty sure it's just a PvE bound, unless there's a prime. I'm pretty sure it's just PvE. I think you're mistaken, Cavell. Once again, Cavell wrong. And that's his own class, too. Cavell, you realize that this list is a lot longer than you think it is, right? In all fairness, you locked that skill? What? It's a super armor! And it has a little bit of protected mobility! Why would you ever lock that? You move forward about 1.5 steps. Crazy mobile. I bet you don't even use shield tide either. It goes off when you don't want it to? Oh, that's an input problem. Your keyboard? You're blaming your keyboard? You do realize that oh man, you gotta be kidding, right? That wasn't a serious, that was just a joke, right? Because you do realize that even if your keyboard had input lag, that would apply to even the following key, which would mean nothing changed. Right? Because if the problem is you're going to hit another key and it's doing something else, well, if the key that you previously pushed had input lag, that would mean that the keys that follow also have input lag, which would mean they would cancel each other out and nothing would happen. That's user error. That's what it is. Unless you're trying to imply that your keyboard has selective input lag. Which is a good joke. I like it. One thing that's important to understand when playing characters is your keys are separated into two. Like whenever you're doing an ability, they're separated in a lot of cases into two. Some only have one, an action key, but some have modifier keys as well, right? So whenever you hit a direction key before hitting like F or C, right? Any direction key is a modifier key. Shift is also a modifier key, right? And then your action keys are like the F, right? L and B, R and B, those are action keys. So when it comes to doing inputs, a lot of times when people are fucking up their inputs and doing the wrong abilities, they're doing the sequence of key presses incorrectly or releasing incorrectly, and they're not realizing that maybe they're holding that shift key a little bit too long, or they're pressing that modifier key maybe a little bit too early, right? And it's causing them to do a completely different ability because the sequence of which they're pressing the keys. And if you just change the sequence, you can immediately stop accidentally doing those abilities. Like in the case of an example that I can directly draw to with Sage is with Radiant Annihilation. New Sages will have a bad habit of hitting Radiant Annihilation too often when they're trying to do things like if they're trying to do Lightning Prison, if they're trying to do Interrogate, if they're trying to do Spear Bolt. because they will do it. They'll be in the middle of another ability and they'll go to queue up the following ability, but they'll accidentally hit the action key before the modifier key, and it ends up queuing up Radiant Annihilation first, and then they hit the shift, and then they do the thing after, right? The key that they were trying to press. Where if they change the sequence of key presses to do the modifier key first before the action key, then it will actually queue up the proper ability. A really good way to see if you're fucking this up too is if you find yourself doing it a lot often, really often, this is a really good tool for figuring that shit out. Put this up on your screen, right? And play, right? And then the next time you do it, hit your shadow play key, and then you'll see, okay, did I press shift first? Or did I press F first in the case of Sage, the example I just gave? And a lot of times, right, you'll see people, they do this first, right? And then you do end up slow casting Lightning Prison because you went to hit Shift F, but you hit F 1 millisecond quicker than Shift, and then it did Radiant first instead of going straight into Lightning Prison. Putting this up on your screen when you feel like you're fucking up key presses is super useful because it can help you see whether or not you're actually fucking them up. There are classes, though, and I know Chop and Kick isn't one of them, unless that's something that's changed recently. But I know Chop and Kick isn't one of them, unless it's changed recently. But there are classes where it would put priority over certain abilities over others, and those will sometimes get changed in patch notes. But I remember, at least when I played Warrior, I never had an issue with accidentally doing Chop and Kick. No, this is the Adana. You're thinking of the calc I'm using. I mean, Chop and Kick lost a lot of its usage once they removed the bound from it. It was an amazing catch. Because it was like one of the few fully protected catches. Between that and then the ground smash bound that Awakened Warrior, when they removed both of those, that was a huge hit to Awakened Warrior. Because after that, they're left with grab, their core, whatever they choose for core, and overwhelm, I believe. And I think the PvE ability, right? But that's typically, I don't think you typically use that to catch. You'll use that after to like secure a catch. Or for a potential re-CC. I can't remember the name of that ability, but I'm pretty confident you don't typically catch with it. You just re-CC with it when necessary. Wish I could sell distorted fragments to vendors? Yeah. I honestly think all items in the game, and unfortunately this would impact inflation, but at least it would get everything sellable. But everything should be able to sell to the vendor for like 10% cheaper than the minimum market price. So if anything is sitting on the market at an absolute min price and you can't sell it, or it's taking way too long to sell it, you should be able to vendor it for 10% lower than that. The only issue with that is the way it would directly affect inflation, right? Because then it would take these commodities you get at grind spots and turn them into silver, right? Which directly affects inflation. But I think the cause in that case would justify the means. Yeah, if you turn them into crystals, they do eventually sell. Just make sure you're not making the mistake of relisting them, right? Every time you get another distorted crystal, because it takes so long to sell your distorted crystals because it's a queue system, if every time you make a new distorted crystal, you take down the ones you have listed and put the pile plus one up, it resets your spot in the queue, and you will never sell them if you keep doing that. What you need to do is just, you know, list as many as you have, and then while you're waiting for those to sell, build up another pile. And then once all of the first pile sell, then list the next pile. So this way you're not resetting your position in queue for selling. A lot of people think that when it comes to selling items, it's completely random. So they'll either as soon as they get another of that item, they relist the whole stack. Or B, as soon as one item of the stack sells, they're like, oh, hell yeah. And then they relist more, right? Like if they have a stack of 10 up, because the max is 10 to sell, then one sells, they're like, oh, okay, well, I better list 10 again, just in case someone buys all 10. And they don't realize they just reset themselves in queue. That if they would have waited, they would have sold all 10 next, and then they could have listed another 10. Yeah. Sales have slowed down tremendously for a variety of reasons, and supply has gone up because people who do know and are executing what I'm telling you about, right? Like, every time their stack of distorted sell, they have a larger stack to replace it with. So the amount on the market, the queue keeps getting longer and longer. And then you combine that with the uncertainty of the Calpheon Ball right now and what's going to happen with Fallen Gods. There's a lot of people who are holding off enhancing in Fallen Gods right now, which is also slowing down your sales. Yeah, every time you fuck up an input, Cavell, hit your shadow play key and look at your inputs. I've found out so many mistakes that I fucked up that I, like, originally maybe I was blaming the game. This was years ago, right? But I would blame the game. I'd be like, oh, I can't believe this game fucking did that. Man, I hate it. I need to fix this. And then once I got in the habit of when I was fucking up things on new classes, of just putting that up on my screen, and then whenever I fuck it up, shadow play it, I realized that not all the time, but 9 times out of 10, it's just the problems between the keyboard and the chair. What's shadow play? Shadow play is for NVIDIA cards. It allows you to record anywhere between 5 to, or I guess 1 to 20 minutes of your gameplay. Yeah, it's like a DVR, right? So when something cool happens or something bad happens, I can press the shadow play button and it records the previous 5 minutes. Should that be enough? I have no idea. It depends on what's on Patrizia, really. If you have 200 bill and you're only planning on buying stacks, then I don't think the silver will be your bottleneck. It'll probably be your energy. You're kind of a dumb hick? No, you got other skills. I'm sure when it comes to carpentry and home renovations and shit, you'll school 99% of the people in chat. Just a different school, just a different tool set. I was about to say school set. Running medicine buff for energy worth it? If the Night Vendor event ends up having something that I really want from it, I'll definitely be using the medicine buff for it. How are humidity levels in Canada this winter? Typically in winter, there's almost no humidity, right? That's the thing, is it's hard for it to be humid when water freezes. Because you got to remember the thing about humidity is it's moisture in the air, but you know once it reaches a certain threshold, moisture can't hang out in the air anymore. That's why it typically doesn't really snow when it's like when it's minus 40, minus 50 outside. Here's something that you might find interesting if you don't live in Canada, and I'm sure Canadians will relate. The cold, if it's like the middle of January and you look outside and it's a clear blue sky, that doesn't mean that it's a warm day. That means it's fucking freezing. It is so cold that the clouds can't even hold on to moisture. Did he? Yeah. January, we have days where Fahrenheit and Celsius meet at minus 42. And it is cold. My God, is it cold. Minus 42 degrees Celsius is not fun. Although, I will take minus 42 over plus 42 any day of the week, no contest. Well, that's the thing about when it's that cold, you can just bundle up more. You put on a nice thick pair of socks, you put on some long underwear or some sweatpants under your jeans, right? You make sure you put on your hats and mitts and a scarf and you're fine. You can deal with minus 42, no problem. When it's plus 42, you can only get so naked. Even when you're completely naked, you're just hot. You feel like you're dying. Gotta go outside? My dog wants out. No ACs over there? Over where? I don't have AC on my house. I have like a AC that I can put in the window, but most of the time we just don't need it. The way my house is positioned is kind of nice that it stays reasonably cool. Do you know the scientific reason why it's colder on a clear day? It's not that it's colder, it's because it's a clear day. It's a clear day because it's colder. You got those two things flipped. Like I said, right? What does water do when it gets cold? It freezes. So once it reaches a certain threshold, water can't hang out in the air anymore. It freezes and falls, right? The hot air evaporated into space. Oh, there we go. We got the man with the science hat on. Yeah, clouds help insulate, but that's because clouds are full of moisture, right? Water holds heat. There's no mystery to that. It conducts heat very well. So when you have a layer of clouds over an area, it acts like a blanket. But because that water, that blanket is made of moisture, if it does get cold enough, it can't sustain itself either, right? Because you got to remember, heat is energy. And in order for water to stay water and not turn to ice, it has to have energy. So as it loses that energy, it can't sustain itself anymore. We all know clouds are fake, yeah. You guys want to go down the rabbit hole? I got 2 questions for you guys. If heat rises, then why is it always colder on top of the mountain? Obviously, the government's hiding something from us. Mountains are fake. Also,
I am gonna nuke a hurricane. Thanks for your attention.
if heat rises, does that mean when you fart, you gain weight or you lose weight? Because if heat rises and you fart, that means you're losing heat, hot air from your body, which should affect your buoyancy. Yeah, I'm not serious with any of these statements. These are just obnoxious things to say. .18 kilojoules to increase one. Why can't it be 4.2? Why can't it be 4.2? So we could say it's 420
The amount of
kilojoules.
gas you pass has an extremely small mass and does not contribute to body fat, unless you're Dragor.
Oh, Dragor ain't here.
Claus, you are right.
That's because people associate boiling specifically with temperature, but it's actually a correlation between temperature and air pressure. Things boil at lower temperatures at lower air pressures because they need less energy to do so, to basically fight against the air pressure, the atmospheric pressure. So, yeah, you can't cook an egg because the water just can't get hot enough before it boils off. You could pressure cook and boil it, yeah, but then it's not subjected to the atmospheric pressure. You're now creating an isolated environment, even though you're at a higher altitude. Like what? He didn't put restrictions? True. True. He didn't say what would happen if you brought a pressure cooker up or something, right? Extension cord or battery. That works. Mini generator? Uh-huh. What's that?
Fire. If you're not having it, I will make you one if you like it.
What'd you do? Oh, I think I know what that is. Yeah, I want some of that. Yeah, I do. Well, initially, there's a immediate purge in air pressure. Yeah. Well, yeah. It's the same thing with cold, right? People don't realize that cold is just the absence of heat, the absence of energy. Something being cold actually means it just has less heat. But cold itself isn't, like, its own thing. It's not like... Yeah. And it's the same thing that you're referencing there, where, you know, it's the change in pressure. When you're in a plane, it's a pressurized vessel to accommodate what you would normally be experiencing at, you know, lower altitudes. Specifically when you're on the ground. That's the thing, water isn't wet. Being wet is the attribute of having water clinging to you. So water can't be wet. Because water is the thing that makes things wet. Or I guess anything with moisture. I guess you could be wet with something else. Ooh, just got a little peppermint coffee brought to me. Typically not a fan of peppermint, but kind of feeling it today, you know? My feet are chilly. I need like a little space heater for under my desk. I also need a good desk mat, you guys. Anybody got any recommendations for a good, very large desk mat that can cover my whole desk? I also want to buy a flat piece of rubber with one adhesive side, because I want to take my monitor stand and attach like a rubber to the bottom of the base, so it isn't so hard on my desk. Because my desk has a lot of minor, very superficial scratches on the top of it from my monitor stand. So it would be nice to get something to, maybe not necessarily rubber for the bottom of the monitor. I might even just use like a felt so it can move easily. But I want a really good big desk mat. My mouse pad, my Sage mouse pad that I was using, the ends were starting to curl from lots of use on it, right? Because it's like rubber and it was getting like stretched out and was causing the ends to curl up and it was getting super annoying, so I stopped using it. And I have a really crappy mouse pad that I'm using that I had just hanging around. But my family's been asking me what I want for Christmas. I'm trying to get some ideas to give them. Something that I don't need immediately, but... Yeah, my, maybe I should get the measurements on my desk. Ideally, it would be a desk pad that I guess covers the whole desk. Yeah, that's not nearly big enough. Plus, it's out of stock. It's only 65 bucks, though. Like, when I say I want a desk mat, I mean I want a desk mat. Let's see what Kinjar is linking. I know he has a really big one. Don't clip that out of context. Yo, that's only 17 bucks? I don't even know if that's really big enough, though. 35 by 16? I want something fucking huge. Like, I quite literally want it to cover my whole desk. There's a size up, is there? Oh, 47 by 23.6. Okay. You know what? Maybe during the next AFK phase, I'll take a look at the measurements of my desk. I mean, I guess it doesn't have to cover the far left side of my desk, but because of the way my monitor stand is, it needs to be able to go under my monitor stand, under my keyboard, under my mouse. Because if it has to go over my monitor stand, the base of my monitor stand, then it feels really clunky and annoying. But then it has to be big enough to go under the whole area. At that point, what's the purpose of the point of a pad? I mean, just because it's big, it doesn't make it any less of a pad. Imagine applying that line of thinking to other things. Like, man, planes are getting way too big. At what point does it become... At what point, what's the point of the plane if we're going to keep making them bigger? It's like, huh? Ever consider mounting the arms on a monitor? Or monitor on arms? I like my monitor stand. I have no interest in replacing it. Yeah. Well, I have a lot of space on my desk. I have no issue with space. I have an absurd amount of space on my desk. I just don't want the pad to be just part of it. I would like it to cover the whole thing, and if I could get something that looks cool too. Okay, let's see. Take a look. How big is my desk? These standing desks. I wonder if they still sell my desk. I mean, I got it quite a long time ago. Actually, I wonder if I could just see my purchase history. Let's see. Account. Wait a minute, this ain't right. Must use a different email. Okay, let's try logging in with a different one. Oh yeah, this one is the one. Okay, orders. Um, I can actually show my old purchases. Maybe the old thing is in my email. Let's see. Damn, 2021 I bought this desk. $1,000. It doesn't actually give me a link to the actual desk. Oh, let's just see if they still sell the same one. Yeah, it looks like they've just changed the name of the desk. I'm just going to have to assume that the sizing is the same. Yeah. Specs, here we go. Let's see. 53 by 29. But I got the large one. This doesn't show a large version of this desk. Is there only one size of it now? Fuck. I'll just get my measuring tape. One sec. Okay, 70.5 inches wide, 30 inches deep. Maybe I'll write that down somewhere. 70.5 wide. 30 inches deep. Okay. Let's look back at what Kanjar linked me. Where the fuck is it? There we go. So 47 by 23. Yeah, it would come up just a bit short. Even the biggest one would come up short. Could always go custom, honestly. Might be worth it. Yeah, I don't care where it comes from. It's just a desk mat, right? I actually don't need it to be any fancy rubber or anything like that, too. I just want it to go on. I guess I do want it to be a little bit smaller because my desk has rounded edges, and if I end up ordering one that's the exact same size as the desk, and it doesn't, if it has square edges, then the edges are going to be sitting overhanging the desk, which will look really lame too. So I guess I want it to be it can be a bit smaller. One second, where's my measuring tape again? Let me take a look at that again. You said, sorry, 23.6. Let me measure how deep that would be on my desk. 23.6. No, that's still a little bit too short. I mean, I could have it offset back a bit. 23.6. No, that's still. Ooh, that might work. Barely though. And then what did I say? 47.3 wide. You know, that would work, but barely. That's like the bare minimum, their large one there. I think as long as it wasn't too thick. Does it say the thickness of it? Da-da-da. Okay, 0.12 inches thick. That's not too bad. Man, if I could get one just a bit bigger than that. If it was like 50 by 30, that would have been good. Actually, one second. If I'm not going to have it cover my whole desk, then I don't want it to go too far because I'll have it more offset towards the right side of my desk. And if that's the case, I actually don't want it. 50 would be a little too wide, actually. So 46 would probably be ideal. Anywhere between 46 and 40. And that's actually 47. So that would work. 47, yeah, that would work. One second, let me measure that again. 47.3. Yeah, that would work. The length of that is perfect. Man, I wish it was just a little bit wider. If it was like 4 inches wider. Oh, Gorilla Stimpack 4XL huge mouse pads. 60 by 30. Yo, what is this? This is just a plain black one, man. It has their logo on it. I don't want some fucking random logo on the corner of it. 40 by 60. That might actually be too big now. Because I either need it to cover the whole thing. Yeah, that would be like that. So my computer would be like half on it. Um, Actually, I guess I could just move my PC over a bit, and then it would be fully on it. And then the width is, what was that again? 30. Yeah, 30 is, let's see. Actually, 30 is the exact width of my desk, isn't it? Yeah. That actually would fit quite nice. I found a 60 by 30 one. Maybe I need to look at like custom ones. Maybe that is custom desk mats. Customizable desk mat. Let's see. This is probably just like logos and shit though, right? I don't care about putting an image on it. If it has to be all black, that's fine too. There's got to be a company that specializes in really large desk mats. Is it called a playmat? Inches, 23 by 14. No, that's still too small. Epic Desk. What's this website? I want an Epic Desk, chat. Let's see. Where's the measurements on this? Dimension and materials. 36.5 by 15. See, this is too small again. All of these are too small. All of these large ones, they're not fucking large enough. The Corsair XXL? I don't mind Corsair. Let's do Corsair XXL mousepad. Let's see. 3XL. Let's see. 48 by 24. What did I say I wanted width-wise? 48. That's 4 feet. Yeah, that could work too. 48 by 24. The 24 is a little tight though. Yeah, I might have to. Yeah, I know. Like I said, I want a really, really big one. Don't clip that. Let me check the Corsair website. That was a Corsair one on Amazon. Maybe it was showing me something shitty. Ooh. This one even has RGB lighting all the way around it. Oh my god. This thing's going to cost me a fortune. Extended 3XL. Let's see. What's the measurements on this stupid thing? 48 by 24. Oh, yeah, that is the other one. So still not. That's the bare minimum. I can make that work, but it's like I would prefer bigger. Get something you can easily clean. That's another thing is I don't want one that I can't clean. Like it'd be cool to have one I could legit just throw in the wash and air dry it. That's a very good point. Yeah, fuck the RGB because as soon as I do that, now I got to manually I got to pull out the steamer to fucking clean it. And fuck that. Oh, let's see if my warrior is 66 yet. Yeah, very good point, Kanjar. Let's see. 66, 66. Boom! Boom! Oh my god. Almost exactly. Holy, look at that. Let's untag the warrior. Okay, gotta take all this crap off. And then make sure we got all the XP on it. We already did. I think I have to log on my Sage to untag it probably. Oh no, that worked. Could you imagine it deleted all my Sage's gear instead? That'd suck. Yeah, like all of these sites that I'm looking at with really large desk mats, the largest one is like the bare minimum that I would tolerate. Okay, now we will take... Oh, do I still have to be in the same city? Well, shit. Maybe I should have moved it. Okay, where's my Wukong at? Velia. Alright, well, off to Velia we go. Fuck. Maybe I should just get my wife to make one. Like I said, it doesn't have to have a fancy design on it. What's going on with the lighting? What's up with that fog? But, maybe I should just get her to get like a big piece of fabric and shape it to the exact size of my desk. She knows how to sew and all that shit. She has a sewing machine. She could probably make the edges look all nice. Probably save a fuckload of money too. I mean, some of those are pretty cheap. Take it to the shower wall, spray it down, scrub it. Shit, you know what? Bring it to the car wash, right? You know the floor mats, the what are they called? The coin-op car wash? Where you go in there, you do it yourself. They have the little clips on the wall where you clip your floor mats to it and pressure wash them. Shit, just bring my my desk mat with it. What's I doing again? Oh yeah. Tag. Ba-boom! There we go. Now let's get as much, let's get, actually, what's my Wukong at? I know he's pretty close to 65, but I can't remember how close. I'm pretty confident I could, in the week and a half, have him finish off level 65. The 60-inch desk mats. The 60 centimeters. That's so deceiving. Oh, here's one. 61 by 29.5. Holy fuck, that's like almost perfect. What website is this? Your Playmat. $200 though, and that's on sale. It's normally $300. But you could have stitched edging, premium editing, a card zone, whatever the fuck that means. Oh, oh, these are for like if you're playing like Magic the Gathering and shit like that. You could actually have little card zones on the mat for people to place their cards on. Oh my god, I'm like 3% away from 65. I'll get that today. Yeah, there's no way I'm spending that much on a custom desk mat. $300? Ah, hell no. I would rather spend that money on like a good standing mic, like one of those, what is it, the Shure SM7B or something like that. I'd rather get a mic like that if I'm going to be spending that kind of money. Even though I know the Shure's more than that, but I'm not spending that much on a desk mat. Fuck no. Like I said, I'll go down to Fabricland and pick out a nice piece of fabric and get my wife to stitch it up. Who did my class profile pics? A lot of people in chat. There's no individual person, although most of them are like Valkia and Kanjara. Shit. You know what I was just thinking? Maybe I should just get like a doormat. Right? Get like one of those just really thin mats that you put at your front door for people to wipe their feet on. But get like a brand new one of those and cut it to size and put it on my desk. That should be dirt cheap too. Giga size gaming mousepad, anti-slip rubber base, stitched edges, large desk mat, $100. 60 by 30 and 0.16 inches thick. A little bit on the thicker side. But 60 inches is exactly my whole desk. No, it's actually 10 centimeters under. 30 is the exact depth of the desk. This could work. Let's see what kind of reviews there are for this. $100 I think is fine. I think that's reasonable. 32 ratings. Only one of them are 4-star and one's 2-star. Let's see those ratings. What did those people say? Why are you making me log in to see those ratings? Fuck you. No. No. Fine. Fuckers. Why do I gotta log in to see these fucking negative ratings? Do you use inches in Canada? No, I typically use centimeters, but this desk is designed around inches, so I would rather use nice rounded. Holy fuck! I almost stuck the end of the measuring tape through it. But yeah, right. I can go by. Okay, my desk is. Oh wait, maybe it's that cord. 1 second. My desk is exactly 30 inches, or 76 and 1/32 of a centimeter. I think I'll go by inches since the desk is designed by inches, right? Okay, let's see. What was this negative review? It's not the size as described. You'll get 75% of what you ordered. Okay, that's a problem. And then the 4-star review was too smelly. Oh shit. I love reviews. But this other review says, love this mouse pad. I have a 70 by 32 inch desk, and this covers and protects most of it. As for quality, it's excellent, thick and heavy, can't slide, it stays in place. I also game and whatever, blah, 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 whatever. Oh, this man even showed a picture of it. This man took a picture of his setup and posted it in the review. Man's got a foot warmer under his desk. Yo, this guy's a gamer. He might have the same computer case as me too. Wait a minute. He has a little mixer on his desk. Okay, most of the reviews say it's perfect, so I don't know why it's the one dude who's saying they got smaller than they ordered. I have a feeling that that's user error. I have a feeling that man thought he was ordering a specific size and accidentally ordered the size smaller. Since like every other review is saying that it's fine. Although there's only 32 reviews, which isn't exactly a lot. But it's not like 3 reviews. Here, I'll be back, chat. I wonder if those Black Desert keycaps would fit on my Wooting. I don't see why not. Those are kind of sick. Never mind, they're out of stock. Keyboard's out of stock. The bundle's out of stock. Legit, everything on the fucking Pearl Abyss website is out of stock. What the hell? You guys suck. What kind of fucking store are you guys running where you can't, like, what? Imagine walking into a store and it's empty. They just have pictures of everything. Typically that happens when they're going out of business. Pearl Abyss, you going out of business? Is Crimson Desert gonna sink you? Shit. That's not the spot. Fuck am I? Oh, that's my mistake. I went up. I was supposed to go through. How much longer am I streaming? For a while longer. At least like 3.5 hours. You intrigued about something now? What's up? Huh. Wait, what is this Cartian Morelio's doing? Is this story mode Cartian? He's doing so much damage to her. This must be story mode. Oh, my Villa wore off. I wonder why I'm getting CC'd. Oh shit, chat. Man, that stretch felt good. Move Wukong? Oh, I already tagged it. See? I think as soon as my Wukong hits 65, I might take my Drek and start getting it some XP until Savior comes out. What's up, chat? What can we chat about? What nonsense could we talk about today? What's everybody having for dinner tonight? Shadow Arena 2026? Could you imagine? I wish they'd bring back old Shadow Arena. It was such a cool way to fuck around with friends. The thing is what are they gonna make Shadow Arena give? Either it has to just give silver or it has to give demos. At least back then it gave enhancing mats, and those, you know, were worth a lot, but I don't know. Yeah, those are kind of temporary though too, right? Alex Stone mats? Paint? Yeah, they could definitely add paint to it. Adonia fragments. Ooh. Ooh. Now we're talking. Will now be kept, yeah. Could you fucking imagine? Frame generation would go crazy then. Time to crank that shit up to 11. Hey, Moxito, you still there? I just had a thought about vacuums. I'll just say it anyways for anybody who's listening. When they first added PVE iframes to the game, everybody could PVE iframe vacuums. All the vacuums stopped working. It's probably because all vacuums are just summons. Every single one of them. That's why every single vacuum in the game stopped working. Or were PVE iframeable. Because when that happened, I don't remember a single vacuum working on any class. What level is my guardian? 66 as well. Okay. Wait a minute. Oh, never mind. I know why. Frog? Huh? Yo, get over here, you dumbass. What the fuck is this thing doing? Stop fucking around. Boys. I wonder. Probably not, right? Because if you play on Steam, you can't switch to website. I was just wondering if they do end up doing crossplay with console and PC. I wonder if there'd be the potential of them adding a way to convert your account to a PC account, or vice versa. Probably not, because you can't do that with Steam. Yeah. Certainly is, for sure. So what are they going to do with, like, matching character names? Or family names? I don't understand why there's a limit on character names when we have family names. But what are they going to do for matching family names, right? They're just going to give it to whoever has the most hours in game, or whoever made their count first. Or whoever logs in first after the merge. All of which will, yeah, you're right, piss one person off. I want them to do it, and there's a lot of stuff pointing towards them doing it, but there's definitely going to be some hurdles and unhappy people. They'll be on hardcore mode? Nah. They're pretty much caught up now. Not going to be that bad. They've already had Adonia for a few weeks. They're a little bit behind in their armors, but it's not that big of a deal. Oh no, they'll probably get crystal breaking if they do that. I can't see them removing crystal breaking from us, they'll probably just have to start tolerating crystal breaking, which honestly I don't even think is that big of a deal. I don't know, maybe they do remove crystal breaking from us. What does the crystal market even look like on console? Are they all completely like min listed? Anybody on console? How much is a void crystal worth? Because they're max price here on NA. They're $3 on console? Huh, interesting. That's max price. You would think with no crystal breaking that they would be min price. But maybe they just didn't have a Orzeka quit long enough, right? They kind of got sped run through a bunch of content. So they probably just skipped right over Orzeka. So people probably still need those crystals and they need the Adana stuff. Where we had our Zeka for a while, enough for the markets to get mostly saturated. Ooh, little Han. I'll take it. Quick little Billy. Don't mind if I do. Let's see. Let's see if 1 hour or a bit less than 1 hour was enough to get the Wukong to 65. Let's see. Boom! Oh wait, what? I barely got any XP on my Wukong. What the fuck? I must have vastly. Well, I mean, I guess I got almost a percentage. I guess that adds up. Never mind. We have like 2, 3 more hours of grinding. Oh wait a minute. Am I still using my boss setup? No. Okay. Ooh. It is nighttime. What's this? Is that an old screenshot or something? Oh no, that's in Norelio's chat. Here he is. Does Janae have exclusive drops? Maybe an exclusive drop in IQ, but that's about it. Actually, never mind. That's not exclusive. My IQ's dropping every day. Never mind. That's not exclusive. Still the same meme. I mean, look at the name, right? Look at the name of the chatter. But I mean, people pay a little bit more attention now, right, to the data. Ever since Blue made drew attention to it, people are paying more attention to it these days. And if you pay attention to the data across a whole variety of streams, you see that, certain channels that are super fishy, right? Oh, awareness is a super good thing, right? Because you don't want to tell people what to think, but teaching people how to think is better, right? Show them, right? Kind of like goes like the saying, right? Teach a man to, give a man a fish, feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, feed him for a lifetime. All right? You show people that data is available out there. You can see, people's stream data, how their viewership fluctuates, how it grows at the start of the stream. And then if you start looking at all of the data trends across all the streams in different categories, in the same category, you'll notice some trends depending on styles, right? But then there's just some that are just completely outliers, and there's only one real explanation for it. But at the end of the day, right, it's not a hill I'm going to try to die on. At the end of the day, it's something Twitch has to get a grip on. It's their job to be, preserving the integrity of their platform. And it's a tough fight, right? It's basically an arms race. Whenever it comes to even piracy, right? Something completely irrelevant to streaming, but it's going to be just this constant back and forth where, you know, the people who are cheating systems are going to be constantly advancing their software, and the people who are trying to protect the systems are going to be advancing theirs, and it's going to be a constant back and forth. But yeah, not my not a fight that I want to take on. Yeah. Funny thing though, Contom, is people say that every year at this time. You got to remember, BDO operates in 6-month cycles between the Heidel and the Calpheon Ball, and whenever we're in that last 2 months, right? Maybe even the last 3 months, people have already done everything that the previous ball has released, and then there's not much left anymore, right? So they just kind of repeat what was given to them until the next ball comes. And the cycle repeats itself. It's been doing it since 2016. Every single November, every single May, it's the exact same thing. People saying BDO's dying, and then the next ball comes, bringing new content. The population spikes back up to where it was, and, you know, we repeat the process all over again. You know, people experience it for the next 3 months. It starts to drop off. We're then in the last 3 months, and then, yeah, it's the same cycle every 6 months. It's been happening for nearly a decade now, and it will continue happening. It's fair criticism of Pearl Abyss to say they need more long-lasting content, though, right? The bare minimum, or I shouldn't say the bare minimum, but at least what they're doing right now isn't enough. Ideally, you want to be releasing enough content that your player base not only will enjoy until the next content, you want them to enjoy it immediately right out of the gate, which people did with Adonia, but you want it to last longer than your update cycle, right? So this way, each update cycle builds upon the last one. But we have this constant fluctuation, right? Like, if we separate this, where's my drawing dock, right? If we make a little chart here, wait, that's not rectangle fill. Oh, there we go, right? And right, we have right 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then like. This is when we get our patch, right? So right at the 6th month, maybe I'll do a different color for this, right? If all of a sudden, right, like it's like, okay, a new patch comes out, everybody comes back to the game, and then it depletes. And then a new patch comes out, and then it depletes. Like, it just feels like PA's spinning their wheels. They need enough that when the next thing comes out, we end up higher each time. So instead, right, they need to try to get enough out, increase the amount that they're adding. Oh, of course it's going to erase the background. God damn it. 1 second, let me just undo this instead. Instead, right, what you would like to see is they release enough that, sure, you have... I really need to find new drawing software because this fucking shit pisses me off all the goddamn time. Where you want it to be more like this, right? Where you're here, and then by the time the next cycle comes out, you get even more. More, right? You want it to slowly
do this. But it feels like they're just doing just enough to get them by to the next, and then it just repeats the cycle. They're not building. Feels like they're just kind of spinning their wheels. We need more. More! Oh, great. Now the dot's stuck in the corner again.
Exclamation mark TTS.
Why is it that I can't get rid of this now? Like I said, I gotta get rid of this fucking draw dock bullshit. Maybe if I do that.
Is that the end?
No, you guys still see that, right? You guys still see that. God damn it. Get that shit out of my screen. No, sorry, not you, Ayo. I can't say your name. Ayo, yo, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you tremendously. I got this stupid dot because I have my draw dock here that's running around on my screen, and I'm trying to make sure it doesn't stay on my screen anymore. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you tremendously. What was that voice? Oh, are these guys fucking with my voice again? Is that what's doing it?
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
That's
You
not
just
good.
can't get into it because they would never understand.
Cursor. Cursor image? Oh, I could actually have a cursor image.
Do it! Just do it!
Whatever. It's just gonna sit there in the corner.
Have you ever had a dream?
Yo, Patties! Thank you for the sub. I appreciate you tremendously.
Blaga 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 blom 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 beam 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 spiggity bomb bomb yes 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 yes.
Are you also a femboy? I'm a fem man. Thank you very much. You're gonna head out and eat? Oh, okay.
I play this game way
Enjoy
too
your
fucking much.
dinner?
Holy shit, I'm a loser.
Enjoy your dinner, I guess? Or lunch? I guess it depends where you're at. I'm pretty sure you're across the pond, so probably dinner. Actually, kind of late for dinner, isn't it? But thank you for the raid. Hope you have a wonderful day. Did somebody do a shout out, by the way? Oh, perfect. John did. Can't remember what we were talking about before I started messing with the drawing thing. Oh yeah, the BDO patch cycle. So yeah, PA needs to release a bit more than what they do. They need something that lasts more than 6 months. Their patch cycle, their major content updates are like a 6-month cycle. They need something that lasts. They need to release something that lasts longer than 6 months if they want to start building. Otherwise, they're going to be constantly just spinning their wheels with the same amount of people. More time gated? Oh god, please no. Oh god, no. New classes are not counted in. I actually think new classes are content, but you're right. They don't... It's... Most people get settled with the class they love, and they're good with it. They don't want to, they're not going to play every new class that comes out. What kind of content do you think this game needs? Just more shit to do. More shit to work on. More dynamic open world PvP as well, like... I miss the days when there was always threat when you were grinding. And you'd have GVGs pop off. Like, you could go to Arsha, but... I mean, it's not the same as GVGs. Having wars, going tit for tat with other guilds. Nah, the negative karma thing is very little. There was less than 1% of 1% of the player base that did any type of raid content, and that's probably an exaggeration, like erring on the high side. Yeah. No, Patties, you're right. One of the biggest mistakes they made is adding monster damage into the game, because as they added monster damage, it made it so they could make more difficult PvE content. But now, in order to do the more difficult PvE content, you have to be wearing the monster damage, the monster stats, right? Which then puts you at a disadvantage in PvP. So if you randomly get attacked while grinding, you can't defend yourself. And when you can't defend yourself, it feels miserable, especially when you have people who will take advantage of that. And then as soon as you... they will only attack you when you can't defend yourself, and as soon as you swap to a more competent setup, they leave. It just creates a frustrating environment. There should be just one AP. That's it. And then they balance the PvE and the PvP around that. Like the good old days. I think this problem began with the first Black Star main hand, right? They wanted to add a new item to the game that was super difficult to get and super exclusive, because the original pen Black Star was, like, really tough to get. Especially to pen. And they wanted it to be really powerful to match it, right? But they didn't want it to add so much power creep to PvP, so instead they said, okay, we'll just make this item give a fuckload of monster damage. This way it doesn't affect PvP. And then, because, like, if that was just, like, straight up AP that the Black Star gave instead of monster damage, imagine the difference between somebody with the pen Black Star back then and somebody with just a boss weapon, right? It would have been not even close. The person with the pen Black Star would have been 1v10ing, 1v100ing. So, yeah, they made it monster damage, and then that kind of just trickled into what we have now, where we just have so much stuff that's monster focused, and now leaves you at a disadvantage in PvP. If you get attacked while you have it on. I mean, they've done an okay job at alleviating that a bit. Right? We no longer have like a PvE offhand, it's just one offhand. Crystals are still something, but you can swap those pretty easily. PvE add-ons and PvP add-ons, now that you don't have to worry about monster damage or player AP anymore, has made it significantly easier to build like an add-on setup that is decent for both. Maybe not necessarily optimal, but it gets you like 90% of the effectiveness. So they have made some progress to making it better. Yeah. Well, if you overgear a spot enough, yeah, you can go, like, I could go grind Darkseekers in a full PvP setup, and my grind speed will be practically identical because of the way they adjusted the caps, right? But at a spot like this, I can't. I can't go a full PvP damage setup. I just won't do damage to these mobs. That's why I kind of like the idea that stacks were going to become the bottleneck, because the idea of going back to Darkseekers and grinding there in a full PvP setup seemed appealing. But I'm not going to take a money hit to do that, and as long as Pearl Abyss keeps pushing events on us that keep that market low, then, you know, the reason to go back there is going to be basically just for the treasure item. At least if you're capable of grinding this spot, right? There's no reason to go there. If you're capable of grinding, I think, Orbita or higher, there's no point going back to Darkseekers, as long as min stacks are low, unless you need the treasure item. I miss the days. like Serendia Elvia, grinding there in a PvP setup. Someone attacks you, you kill them, they go back to node, you do another lap while they come back, you fight them again. The winner can continue grinding, because that's the other side of the problem, right? Not only can you not defend yourself, but even if you do swap to PvP gear, now you're sitting there twiddling your thumbs every time they come back, because you just can't do damage to the mobs. Like, if I swap to a PvP setup here, I can't grind between kills, right? Between, like, every time I kill the other player that's attacking me. I might as well just go run to the node and, you know, do nothing but fight. I can't do a grind between kills. Remove the respawn and save zone option in Arsha. Make them at least go to town. I don't know if that would really solve much. It would be longer for them to come back, but they would still be back. With how fast mounts are, they'd still be back quick enough that by the time you swapped your shit, you'd get to kill like, what, 2 or 3 packs, and then he would be on your ass again, and now you'd be still in a PvE setup. And if anything, that would hurt the grinder more than it actually hurt the person attacking the grinder, right? Because they'd kill you, you would have to go back to town, then you would swap to your PvP stuff, run back, they wouldn't be there, and then you would swap back to your PvE stuff, and then they would show back up and kill you again, send you back to town. That would actually work so much worse. It'd be actually it would put more ability to grief in the hands of the person attacking people only in PvE setups. We just need, I don't know, it'd be nice if we had a way to have a PvE and a PvP setup active at once, right? Our abilities already are capable of knowing when we're attacking a monster or a player. Right? If you take a look at your ability, they have PvP damage reduction. So if you hit a monster or you hit a player, the ability already knows. So why not just give us another gear set here, PvE, PvP, and then like you can set up your add-ons, your crystals, your artifacts in one, and then the other, and then you can be ready for PvP while PvEing. But they clearly already are able to differentiate if you're attacking one or the other, or being attacked by one or the other, right? So this way you can be optimized for PvE and be ready to PvP at the same time. Adventure damage on PvE crystals doesn't solve the issue, though. Because there's more to it than that, right? There's also your defensive crystals. Just make it so you can have 2 sets equipped at once, right? You can have, like, one for players. Like, have 2 tabs here, right? Have, like, this is, like, have a menu here where you can pick what is against monsters, and another drop-down menu here of what's considered active against players. And then you could just pick which one, right? You can have 2 setups equipped at once. One active against players, one active against monsters. Yo, what's up, Zach? I feel like it's been a minute. How you doing? But yeah, it's no wonder like a lot of people don't like open world PvP. It's just when you have a bunch of people who will only attack you in your PvE setup and then they leave as soon as you swap, it makes it annoying, right? If you make the system less annoying, then more people will enjoy being involved in it. there's a lot of people who start BDO just looking at it as a PvE game, and then they're out grinding, they get their gear up, they get their ass kicked by another player. We're talking before, right? They get their ass kicked by another player, it feels frustrating, and then it happens again, maybe the next week or the next day. And then as time goes on, they slowly get better and better, and their character gets stronger and stronger. Before you know it, they start winning fights, right? And then before you know it, they're like, fuck, this PvP thing's kind of fun. All right. October to December of last year, that period of time was one of our worst periods of time ever. So I don't know if that's a great example. I mean, one second, I'll pull up my chart. I haven't updated it in a little bit. I don't know if I've set it up for this year. One second. Second. There we go. Second, let me add October, November to this. Make sure I'm doing the average, not the peak. So average for October was 17,208. And November was 15,785. Okay, here we go. I wish there was a way to toggle these visible and invisible. I need a better piece of software for doing this instead of just using the Google Sheets. But let me show this. Right, so this is the chart over the years. Ever since we've had Steam and we've been able to track it, right? This is when Steam launched. But you can see the year over year. And you see like BDO in general has been staying relatively the same. We got 2025 here, which is this one, right? This line here, not the bottom line. And you know, you see some spikes in here. This is the Adana release. It did pretty well. Land of the Morning Light and Lost Ark Exodus. This spike here had a lot more to do with the Lost Ark Exodus than it did with Land of the Morning Light. It was like the perfect storm. This here too was when was Seasons? Oh, Seasons was added the year after. But yeah, like you'll see we've had our ups and downs. Nothing is going to ever compare to 2019. Well, I shouldn't say nothing will ever compare, but 2019, this bottom yellow line was our worst year ever. Like, look how awful that was. One thing I should probably put on this data point for November for this is the Where Winds Meet, because a lot of people are fucking with that right now, right? We have some data points in here like New World release, right? Important things like class reboots back then. Arcade Unchained release was part of the 2019. You know, that a lot of people were bored with the game, and Arcade Unreleased, Unchained release. Like, oh, here's where Donna released. Unchained? No, I don't think Unchained was this was people looking for anything because Arcade itself was a great game, but then they over monetized it, right? And then Arcade Unchained was supposed to not do that, and then they just fucking bamboozled everybody all over again. Yeah, here is the Lost Ark release, right? COVID, Lost Ark release. We saw the dip, but then they released Elvia and Sage. But like, look how quickly that dropped off. People got bored of that pretty quickly. This is, yeah, 2020. This is when Successions first rolled out. Like I said, I wish I could have a toggle button to make some of these invisible so we could actually look at them each year. But you'll see, right? In general, it's the same trend. So people who act like BDO's dying, no, BDO, you can make the argument BDO's on life support, and every 6 months they like finally, they bring out the paddles and give it a little shock. But it's been being pretty stagnant for the most part. Aside from a variety of a few spikes where they did really good, it's been basically doing the same for the last 8 years. The demographic of players has definitely changed though a bit. But yeah, like look. Lowest point 2018. Yeah, this was the lowest point right here. Under 10,000 players on Steam. I did make this, yes. I made this last year because this exact same time last year, we had people absolutely dooming about BDO. And I was like, yeah, this is a bit of a lower year, but this is pretty normal for PA, right? This is pretty normal for PA. And then once you look at it year over year, you see that, you know what? There's very similar fluctuations every single year. People have been always doing AFK activities, though. People were AFK horse training a lot more. People, because it was a lot more difficult to get your horses. People have been AFK fishing even before fishing was as good as it is now. Once upon a time, people were AFK processing overnight. There's always been AFK activities to do. It's just now everybody's fishing. Well, I've been in a lot of guilds and I've talked with a lot of people, and everybody has always found some overnight activity to do. Now everybody's doing fishing, but they were spread out over much more things back then. Even people in my chat, Renetics, it's not exclusive to just the guilds I've been in. I'd understand that argument if I wasn't a streamer and I was only somebody who was in sweaty guilds. I think one thing that people are missing that made the game feel a lot more alive in the past, and this is a very big thing, is there used to be like only one viable grind spot, and that grind spot would have like 2 rotations. So everybody was fighting over those couple of spots on those channels. Now there's so many different spots to go grind, and it's so easy to swap that people will just, that spot's taken, I'll quickly swap channels, or I'm gonna go grind some stacks, or I'm gonna go grind this treasure item or that treasure item. We used to all be forced to grinding like one spot, whether it was Pirates, Sawsons, Star's End, Underwater. So now we have the ability to be much more spread out than we used to be, and it makes the game definitely feel a lot quieter. Get rid of half the servers? Honestly, I think they should. I think they should get rid of half the channels. Especially since you have Marnie's Realm available for out here. If you got rid of half the channels, and then people would have to be like, oh, okay, the spot's not open. And if like you're on during prime time, like I would understand the argument before, right? Where if you logged on during prime time and you only had like an hour or two to play in the evening, it felt miserable not being able to find a grind spot. It made you not want to play the game. But we have Marnie's Realm available for all of these spots. So even if you did log in during prime time and all the spots were taken, you can just hop in a fucking Marnie. And that's a good thing too, because the Adana's, like, being the Adana out here is, it's just a, all it is a bragging right. There isn't even really that great of an advantage to it. There's no purpose to the Adana going out and actually trying to force people in the Marnie realm, because the opportunity cost of doing that is higher than if they just actually sat there and grinded themselves. Aura farming. Yeah, that's all the Adana thing is, for sure. Being the Adana should be super desirable. I don't care if the Adana of Kafra's Castle ends up making 50 bill in a week just for taking it. He's the one person on the server that earned that shit. And if you make it that valuable, it's going to become a lot more competitive. 4 out of 5 occupied by lawns? Is that true? I didn't actually look. Awaken lawn is kind of a problem. It was kind of funny, too. We had a conversation here the other day with somebody who was coping about Awaken Lawn and saying that it was like a super squishy class. And I was like, what are you talking about? Did you guys see from Choice's perspective last night? It ended up in a 1v1 between a Warrior and Fluos. And the Warrior got a full reset combo off on the guy and still couldn't kill him. Warrior does solid combo damage. So, I don't know how anybody could try to pretend like Lon is squishy. His wallet padded that Warrior's damage? No, not at all. What are you talking about? Do you know what the difference is between where his armors are at and somebody who's like full pen? Because you're basically full pen armors if you're there. Like, the stat difference with Adana armors is not that big. He has, like, what, maybe 10 more DR? Which weapon gets your second Fury Enhance? I don't know, probably whatever your main weapon is, and then your secondary weapon, and then your offhand. Probably. Right? So if you're an Awakening class, you probably take the Awakening first. If you're Suck, you take the main hand first, and then you get the alternate, depending on what you are, for the second, and then you get the offhand last. The only thing Lon really doesn't have is trading pressure, right? It's not really much of a trading class. But I definitely think it's too tanky for how elusive it is. I don't think it matters anyways. Even if it's 1%, 10%, or 50%. Whether a class needed compensation for it or not is completely irrelevant of how many people use it. Awakened Ninja is definitely super strong and way more protected than it used to be. Oh my god. And it feels like an absolute demon stamina-wise. There was one AOS where I had an Awakened Ninja on my ass for like a solid minute and a half. He's just fucking chasing me down full speed. I'm trying to keep as much distance as possible. Trying to burn his stam. And he eventually kills me. And then immediately, it's not even like he needs to stop for stem and like catch his breath. He just immediately, as soon as I'm dead, he's just 180 straight at my teammate and does the same thing to them. I don't know if that class is going to be as protected as it is. I think it needs to have some stam limitations. I fully agreed that Awakened Sage needed stam limitations, but there's definitely other classes out there that need stam limitations too. PvE mouse move is still in the game. When you're flagged, you can't move with your mouse. Or sorry, when your weapons are out, you can't use mouse move. So you're going to have to explain to me how you use mouse move in PvE if you can't use mouse move while your weapon's out. Oh, to gather. Okay, so you're blurring the line between what people consider PvE. Yeah, I mean, I guess an herb on the ground is considered the environment. I spread partial truths here. And you're right. Technically, right? An herb is the environment. You fucking got me. Goddamn, checkmate. Is that true? Can you actually turn them after, like, while they're in the grab? While you're in the animation? Shit. Look at that. Mouse move is alive and well. Nerf warriors. I miss the day when you could mouse move this shit. You used to be able to spin that shit around you, even though the vacuum wouldn't move. I miss being able to mouse move interrogate. Yeah. Yeah, pull your mouse out, just click and hit F. Uh. Easy reason to nerf warriors? Oh no. Oh no, what have we done now? Biseptimus is gonna hate me. Well, you know a warrior nerf is coming, because as soon as warriors show just a slight hint that they're happy, you know the nerf's just around the corner. That shit's in the next global lab. Oh, they should definitely do more with the guild manor. I personally think whenever you go to the guild manor, it doesn't matter what channel you're on, you should be able to see your other guildies. And then they should have activities that you can do in your guild manor. Whether it's processing, right? Like if you're on your cooking tool or your alchemy tool, there should be activities you can do together as a guild in the guild manor to create a better sense of community in guilds, because this game severely lacks that. It's creating a sense of community in guilds. A hopping bed? Yeah, I want a bed. I'll take you to bed, Kedge. You're gonna be walking funny after. Have a giant hot tub in the guild manor or a pool that you can go into, and when you're in it, you get energy recovered faster while you're hanging out in the pool. Right? We need things like this. Yeah, I think it's just a coincidence they mentioned those classes, because if they were targeting vacuums specifically, Sucksage has a really good vacuum. Corsair has a really good vacuum. So, I think it's just a coincidence they mentioned those 4 classes. Although, maybe they forgot Corsair and Sucksage have a vacuum. Yeah, Sage in general, yeah, the Awakened Sage, if they're going to mention Black Hole, Awakened Sage has a vacuum. Hash also has a vacuum, right, on its 100. So, I think it's just a coincidence. Black Hole is definitely not one of the most used vacuums. The other 3, for sure. But then why Sork in there, right? Sucksage's vacuum is definitely used a lot more too. There's just not a lot of Sucksages. But Illusion Compression is a super good ability that good Sucksages, when using it properly, can really fuck people. Suckvelk 1 patch away from being broken? Really, you think so? Maybe Paladin will come back. The goated Suckvelk on NA. No matter how bad people say Suck Valk is, that man always outperforms everyone else by a large margin. Maybe Paladin will come back with Savior. Yeah. Who did you guys have on EU? Because I'm pretty sure military. I don't know how good he was compared to everyone else. I think he was pretty good, right? So, but he was awakened, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe he wasn't as good as I thought. Maybe he's just the more popular one. He's good on open world? Oh, okay. Yeah, and that's what I always saw him doing, was just open world. Maybe some Guild League? I think I saw him stream some Guild League. No? Hedon? Yeah, I haven't seen Hedon around in a while. He kind of quit everything, didn't he? I remember him putting out a video how he was going to take a step back, I think, from content creation, streaming, and YouTube and all that. And they've scarred him for life for taking the CM spot? Wait, what is... Huh? What are you talking about? Oh shit, I hit these guys. Get over here. There was one CM spot in both Enlave and Hedon applied, and Enlave got it. I don't think that's true. Enlave's been a CM ever since Cacao. If you're talking about way back with Cacao, but obviously, like when Perlibis took over publishing, they would just take their current CMs, right? I don't know. I feel like that's not true. They've hired so many new CMs too that I feel like if he didn't want it to be a CM, he probably could have like kept applying until like a position opened up. What do I think they'll give this ball? A ton of crons, probably another horse, or a box that can be a horse. They'll probably give away an Adonia base armor, or a box that you can choose your Adonia armor, or get Adonia fragments. Nothing really, you know. They'll give away more hammers. Basically the same shit they give us every year. Yeah, I think they'll likely add, reduce the amount of pities on Fallen God as well. It's about time they did it. They did it with Black Star when Sovereign replaced it. We now have armors that replace Fallen God. Right? You don't want new players to feel like they can't catch up, so reducing the pities on Fallen God is reasonable. Oh, it'll be most likely available the first maintenance after the ball. That's typically what they do with each class. I don't know if there's been a single class release that hasn't been the first, at least at the last couple years, that hasn't been immediately available right after the ball. I don't think they'll reduce the pities on Karazad. I think they'll only reduce the pities on items that have been replaced by newer items. They'll keep using reduced pities for a catch-up mechanic. If they end up adding a new accessory, then I think at the Heidel Ball, we could see a reduced pities on Karazad. But they're not going to do it immediately at the same time as a new slot release. Yeah, I could definitely see them adding some new artifacts, some new light stones maybe. New crystals. This is all pretty par for the course, right? Them adding stuff like that. Enhanceable artifacts? Shit, maybe. Universal gear wheel? At this point, they might as well. The tag system, copying your gear over is just kind of cumbersome. That would be so bad? I don't think so. I don't think it changes anything. Tagging is so cheap now for new players or Giga players. Like, if people want to play another character, they're going to play another character. I don't think it changes anything now. It's just... And I don't think it's expensive enough to justify it as a silver sync anymore. It's just an annoying thing. I just hope they won't add new accessories like Bicep thinks. Do you think new accessories would be bad? They're definitely going to add new accessories eventually. And accessories are the most logical next thing for them to replace, right? Because we've already done, like, full circle, right? They did accessories first, then they did weapons, then they did armors. You know, we're going to be getting the Elkstone soon. If you want to include that in the cycle, but, you know, you would think that, you know, with the Karazad on our wheel being the longest standing thing now, it's very likely that'll be next. Do you feel like it's going a bit too fast? I completely disagree. I think it's going way too slow. Once upon a time, the idea of ever being capped out in progression in this game was a pipe dream. The idea of finishing one slot, never mind all your slots, was completely absurd. Only the sweatiest people were completing slots. The fact that you have people now who can sit here for months and months and months at a time just waiting for the next thing to come out shows that it's slowed down dramatically. Yeah. I can't catch up to it, but why do you have to catch up? Why, I don't understand why people feel like the game should be set up in a way that everybody can catch up. You do realize that's a slippery slope, right? Like 90% of the meaningful PvP content is all capped anyways. But why do people have to be caught up? Because what? We say, okay, it's unfair that people who play, 6 hours a day are hitting max, but I'm only playing 2 hours a day, so I can't hit max. Well, what happens? What do you think happens when they make it? Oh, let's dumb it down so people who only play an hour a day, they can hit cap. Well, what about the people who can only play 15 minutes a day? Now they're complaining. Well, how come those people can cap out, but I can't? Like, I liked the fact that this game for a long time felt like it had unlimited progression. Even to the sweatiest players. The absolute sweatiest players, them being capped out was obnoxious. I like that. That was one of the things that drew me to BDO. One of the things that made me quit MMO gaming for like 5 years, was the fact that like every MMO had this like 6-month cycle where they release a new piece of content, everybody caps out within like the first month, and then 6 months later, new content comes out, all your gear gets replaced with green gear, and you repeat the cycle over again. That shit pissed me off. That shit made me not want to play MMOs. And now it feels like BDO is moving towards that. But I don't understand why people feel entitled to being caught up to sweaty people. Especially when being sweaty in this game is so meaningless in terms of progression. Yeah, well, apparently EU is different. We've had Guild League, like, what, once in the last 12 months? Yeah, it matters for that. But let's be honest, this Guild League is about to be very unfun with all the fucking DR Skittle losers running around in it if they don't do anything with it. There's no shot it's been 3 times in the last 12 months. We haven't had a single Guild League in the last 6 months. You're telling me that in the first half of the year we had 3 Guild Leagues? No. Maybe 2. Maybe 2. Actually, doesn't it show the date when I look at Guild League? Yeah, our last match was almost 7 fucking months ago! What the fuck are you talking about? You're telling me we had 2 Guild Leagues before that one. When did this one start? Let's go back to the first one. Fuck! Why does that thing keep disappearing? So this Guild League started in March. So you're gonna tell me we had 2 Guild League seasons before that. In the first 3 months we had 2 Guild League seasons and then that one started. Shut up! You're just yapping now. Maybe 1. Maybe 1. But I'm pretty confident we didn't. I'm pretty confident it went Guild League, AOS, Guild League, AOS. And if there was an AOS season in between, that means we might have had a Guild League season that started that year, That probably started the year before and ended in 2025. Well, then you're not even talking about the same thing I'm talking about. We were literally just talking about how much Guild League there is or how much uncapped PvP, and I said there's been one in the last 12 months. And you said 3! There's been 3, Mr. Zith! Shut up! No, there hasn't. I proved you wrong immediately. Shut the fuck up. I think we've had 3 Guild Leagues in total. Ever since they started doing Guild League.
Hasn't there only been 3 ever? Well then say that! Oh my god, you're so frustrating, Kedge. Yeah, there was the preseason in 2024. The end of 2024, we had the first official season. And I
think it ended shortly after 2025 started. And then we had a Solaire season almost immediately after. And then another Guild League almost immediately after that. That was the one that started in March of 2025. Lasted for about 2 months. And we haven't had one since. Yeah, but what you're missing is, Kaj, the point isn't how long it lasts. The point is, what is the duration in between? How much of it do you even do? It's only open, what, how many hours a day? You spend, even during the hours it's open, you spend 20 minutes waiting in queue for the next opportunity to queue up again. And then it's only, like, we've only had, like, one real season this year. That's exactly my point. It's such meaningless uncapped content if they're not going to be doing it regularly. It doesn't matter what they say, it matters what happens, you fucking dumbass. I don't give a fuck what PA say. They've done so many. They've said so many things. I don't care what they say. You know what I care? What they do. If there's one thing PA is consistent about, it's about being inconsistent. There is not a single thing I can think of in this game that they've been consistent with. Aside from their inconsistency. Actually, that used to be the case, Nakatsu. The last couple years, they've been a lot better. They've been hitting like 90% the last 2 years. But they've dramatically dialed back what they promise. The first years, though, oh my god. It was terrible. It was so bad. It was so bad. Since it's kind of rare to meet up, what's the downside of it? You think she's performing well in current AOS meta? Scholar is definitely strong in AOS, but AOS is shut down for who knows how long now. But yeah. By the time AOS comes back around, who knows where Scholar will be at. Because it's not... Even if Scholar doesn't get nerfed at all, right? If everybody else gets a fuckload of buffs, it might make Scholar... You know, if everybody else gets buffed, it's an indirect nerf to whatever you're playing, right? If you don't catch buffs at the same time. So it's kind of hard to predict how it's going to be the next AOS season. But it did well this season. I hope, though, I really hope that they address these DR crystals before this next Guild League season starts. Because having like 8 of the 10 people run around with fucking 6 DR crystals just makes it so boring. It's so fucking boring. You basically just have 2 DPS on both teams trying to kill each other while the fucking other 12 DR, 16 DR people, 8 on each team, are running around fucking wrestling with each other. It is. I know, right, Moxito? Especially at nighttime. Oh my god. I miss Darkseekers for that reason. You could just stop between poles. There should be diminishing returns for equipping more. Yeah. Diminishing returns or cap how many you can equip. I don't think anybody should be able to equip more than 2. But since Cadres and Centaur and Sissel are still in the game, then all that's going to happen, if you limit people to 2 DR crystals, then they'll equip 2 DR crystals and 2 Cadres, right? And that's like practically the equivalent of 4 anyways. Yeah, diminishing returns would be a logical way to do it. 8 whom abusers. Yeah. Maybe they should limit whoms the same way that they limited the DR crystals too, right? You got a bunch of DR crystals that you can't stack with each other anymore. Maybe they need to do the same thing with whoms. You can only run 4 of them. I don't know if people run 8 whoms out. Well, I guess maybe you have no choice these days, right? There's no real other options, but in my opinion, the issues aren't these crystals. The issue is these crystals. These are what need to be addressed. Which reminds me, I need to finish upgrading. What the hell are the wands that I have? Oh, there they are. Or bonds. I need to finish upgrading these. I could just never get enough lightstone fragments. Oh, Aurelio just got CC'd. Oh, I thought I was going to watch him die. Yeah, the DR stackers. I don't think the whoms are as much of a problem. Like, you can't get enough DR just stacking in here. It's this that's an issue. And, like, a lot of people will think, well, if the DR is a problem, right? Because, like, if you take a look at the evasion ones, you can counter the evasion ones by equipping an accuracy one, right? You get 60 evasion from this. You get 60 accuracy from that. You actually get more now, right? More evasion. But these definitely counter each other, right? For every 1 accuracy crystal you put on, you're sacrificing significantly less damage than the evasion crystal the evasion person's putting on. So a lot of people look at that and they're like, oh, we'll just do the same thing with DR, right? If you get this much DR, maybe we should just buff the AP ones. But if you buff the AP ones, ranged classes and iframe classes go fucking crazy if you just all of a sudden give them an extra 100 AP. Don't get me wrong. As an iframe class that does medium range damage, I would love that. If you want to pump another 100 AP into my build, oh, please, baby. But that would be so rough. Like, for any class that actually needs to be able to take a hit, like, think of how crazy archers and suck rangers go in large scale if they do that. Oh, my God. Here, I'll bring you back, chat. I want to go grab some food. We can keep yapping. Yeah, I don't like 5% AP caps either. This is what the community asked for indirectly, though, right? This is the unintended consequences of them wanting every class to be balanced in PvE. There's only two ways to accomplish that. Either make all the classes have the same tools and the same damage and the same movement, same polling, same AoE size, same cooldowns, and then classes lose their identity and it becomes very boring, or cap the grind spots, right? So I preferred it the other way. I didn't care that some classes grinded way faster than others. What I did care was the amount of effort that was required. If a class required no effort and could grind twice as fast as everyone else, that shit pissed me off. If a class required twice as much effort and grinded twice as fast, then I didn't care. Because take a look at Awaken Nova. For a while there, it was massively one of the better grinders, best grinders in the game. But still, barely anybody played it because nobody wanted to stick a line of pixie dust up their nose just to do an hour-long grind, right? I better try and eat quicker. Gotta take advantage of that buff. Yeah. They've changed it, right? Where you used to get gear so you could grind spots faster. Now they've changed it so you get more gear to move to the next grind spot. You're right. I should feed my workers. What are you talking about? They're good. Or did I feed them and just not even realize it? Well, the class difference actually isn't as important to your speed now. It's just important to effort. The speed difference between classes is actually some of the smallest it's ever been. But now, and the effort hasn't changed, but that is the main difference now, is how much effort you have to put to getting the same trash or similar trash. Or how safe your grind is. That's where the class difference is. Some classes are way safer and comfier than others. My family inventory is empty? No, it isn't. Oh, you mean food-wise? Ah, yes. Let's see. Ooh, okay. Yoink. Yoink. Can I fit 15k in there? We'll find out. Oh, shit. I can't even put it on this character. God damn it. I'll have to wait till I get back to my sage. But yeah, class determines now not as much the speed of which you grind, but how comfy your grind is. How easy it is for you to die, and how many buttons you have to press. But the speed is a lot less impacted by your class choice than it used to be. We're not making a fuss, we're just having a conversation. It's a never-ending cycle, right? It's not just PA being incapable, if you even want to say that. It's the community not understanding what they're advocating for. The game feels so dead in SA. I wish that they had, like, I wish we could see the actual populations of each region. I wish they showed that in their quarterly reports.
Ooh, Pappy, don't look, I made a fuss.
Man, I love stir fry. So goddamn much. Broccoli, cauliflower, carrots, mushrooms, in a nice little mushroom sauce on a bed of rice. Woo! Oh, and some chicken. So fucking good. Gonna share some fatty? Nope. How you expect me to maintain being a fatty if you think if I start sharing? Huh? This godlike physique isn't gonna maintain itself. Which god, you ask? Buddha, obviously. Certainly isn't Thor. Hephaestus? Who the fuck is Hephaestus? I don't even know who that is. Fat Thor? Yeah, maybe that. Tragor? Why the fuck are you here right when I'm eating again? Every goddamn time. It never fucking fails, man. The god of hepatitis? You're always fucking eating. No, I'm not. I'm always eating at the same time. What the hell happened? Why did all of a sudden I hear Norelio? I had his ass muted. Did his stream die? I haven't eaten today. I've eaten twice, okay? I had an omelet for lunch, and I just ate dinner. I eat 2 meals a day. 3 if you count coffee. Hephaestus is typically depicted as a strong, bearded man who is lame? What? With one or both of his feet deformed? What the fuck? So it's a diabetic bearded man? The hell? Part of being married and having a wife. Yeah. Dregor is just pissed. In order to have a meal, he has to get his ass off his PC. Wait, did Aurelio die? I refresh his stream and he's on the death screen. Oh my god. No AOS, how can live? I know. Maybe? What do you guys think? Next AOS season, instead of using full gear, make AOS, sorry, not AOS. Next Guild League, make it AOS gear. Huh? And then we don't have to worry about the fucking rock meta. AOS gear in both AOS and Guild League. In fact, make all capped content AOS gear. Make RBF AOS gear. The only thing that isn't AOS gear is open world. Let's do it. Yeah. PA wants to make things more palatable for the new player. Instead of having 16 different types of capped content, just make it all use AOS gear. So there's only one cap they need to worry about. There's uncapped, and capped uses AOS gear. Super simple for new players to understand. We're being ironic, right? No. I think there should be uncapped content, but I think it's stupid to have like 6 different caps. Should be just capped and uncapped. That's it. And only one type of uncapped. Sorry, only one type of capped. I mean, I would rather them deal with the rock meta and have uncapped Guild League, sure. But it doesn't seem like they're going to deal with this rock meta. So I would rather have capped Guild League than have to deal with this rock meta bullshit that's about to hit us. Unfortunately, this is a type of situation where I'm just thinking the lesser of two evils. Yeah, definitely Asphar. It's not even just the gear aspect of it too. There's not even a proper explanation of how like the Valencia RBF works in the debuff circles. So not only are they under geared, but they're also getting massively debuffed as well. And they don't understand what's going on. That definitely makes that whole experience really unfun to new players as well. I mean, to be fair, it would probably be difficult to explain to I-69 that he's capable of chewing bubblegum and walking at the same time. He probably holds his breath every time he takes a step, and then when he's done walking, he stops to have take a few breaths. .99% of the player base just runs DR these days. There's very few select classes that can run evasion. But even in the case of like Strike or Mystic, most of them run DR. It's just the evasion is too easily counterable. You get, you know, 1 or 2 of the accuracy crystals in your back pocket to equip, then any evasion person you run into, now you're lighting their ass up. Where if people build Giga DR, you just can't get enough AP to, you know, blow it up the same way you can build to blow up evasion. The main reason why evasion works on those classes these days is because so many people are running DR that most people don't even bother building any accuracy. How do I know we're getting a Night Vendor event? I don't know. I've just had people telling me that there's a Night Vendor event coming. But I don't know for sure. Let me guess. There's people going around saying Zethian said that there's a Night Vendor event coming, when what I said is people have been telling me a Night Vendor event is coming. Classic BDO player base. Classic. Yo, now I'm getting thrown in the fire. What the fuck? Oh, shit. Oh. Now when we don't get it, everybody's gonna blame me. For fuck's sakes. That's it. I'm never talking ever again, chat. I said from the previous Night Vendor event that you got Dawnstones from it. There's a calendar? Does it say what's coming? No, this is stuff that's running out, right? Yeah, this is stuff that's running out. Yeah, what does this do for us? Shut up, Menzies. Fucking somebody slap him. Somebody slap him right on the ass. He's pissing me off. Oh shit, what's going on with my storage? Oh fuck, I got fucking... Fuck. I got food in there. Give me that. Yeah, nom 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 nom. Give it to my workers. Ah, fuck. It's too much. Okay. That's going back in there. Ah, fuck. Still too full. Let's see. Scroll down, at vendor event, calendar. See, I told you guys we're getting a night vendor event. I told you. You're welcome. One of these days, the Atlantic is not going to be separating us, and you will be punished. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah, I feel real threatened. You'd probably come at me with some limp wrist shit. You heard me. Strong Balkan wrists. I mean, your name is Lord Menzies. Your name is pink and you have a heart beside it. I have a feeling that those wrists are real floppy. I want to see family-based XP and fitness stats now too, by the way. Just make it so you have season XP and family XP. As soon as you graduate a character from seasons, the season XP gets added to your family XP. No. I'm pretty sure 366s isn't even like half of level 67. Anybody have the XP chart? Yeah, and 565s is probably like 166. Let's see.
Oh, yeah,
Black
that's the
Desert
spot. Unzip. Oh,
XP
boy,
chart.
Zebby. What are
Let's
you?
see. Images.
Ah.
No, that's not the right XP. Is this it? No, that's Black Ops. Why the fuck is it bringing up Black Ops now? Man, I don't know where this old image is. Well, somebody could probably find it. Oh, is this it? No. That's really fucking old, too. You mean this? Let's see. No. Or maybe one of these tabs at the bottom. Let me see. No, I don't see what I'm looking for here. I'm talking about the amount of XP it takes per level. Unless that's somewhere in this sheet that I can't find. But like level 66 to 67 is like way more than level 1 to 66, like multiple times over. There used to be a sheet floating around that showed it. And then it showed every level after 67 is the exact same XP. 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, etc. is all the same amount of XP. But it's like an absurd amount more than just getting to level 66. Oh, some Trace of Nature's Hold. Yeah, but that... Yeah. You don't get... So, the way you phrase that makes it... Like, it's technically true, but it's a little misleading. So you suffer an EXP penalty for killing mobs too low below you, but it's not like you get an XP bonus for killing mobs a lot higher than you. So yeah, technically what you're saying is true, but it can be misleading when you keep it that vague. Yeah, level's not very important in video. I mean, it gives you a little bit of extra HP, but it's not that big of a deal. Depending on your class, it's anywhere between, like... I don't think it's as low as 10. I think it's like anywhere between 20 to like 50, depending on the class you play. Yeah. The thing is if they did that, it would create a problem because there's actually a cap on skill points, and there's a way to bypass the cap, but it costs money. So if you had a limitless, like some stats that you could just continuously invest skill points into, then what you would have to do, what do I mean? There's quite literally a cap on skill points. Like, I cannot earn a single skill point more. I'm at 3,229 and 100%. The cap is actually 3,000 skill points. You cannot... Let me turn down the music. I feel like I'm yelling over it. You cannot earn more than 3,000 skill points. But you can get extra skill points above and beyond 3,000 through quests. So there's various quests in the game that'll give 3 skill points, 5 skill points, whatever, right? Those will go above 3,000. So what you can actually do to cheese more skill points, not that it would give you any value right now, but you can actually do all the quests on a character, get the skill points, then transfer all of your skill points to a new character, and then do those quests again, to then get all of those quest skill points over again, and then transfer it again, and do it again, right? You would be able to do that over and over and over again to build more skill points. But you would have to use a skill point transfer coupon every time to continuously go higher and higher. But the cap is 3,000 plus what you earn from quests. That's why when you make a Global Labs character, you have 3,000 skill points, because it immediately gives you the max amount of skill point XP. Oh, they could do a lot of things. But why? I mean, if we're going to talk about the things that PA can do, then the list is quite limitless. I'm more inclined and more interested in the conversations of talking about things that PA might be willing to do. Because PA has shown very clearly there's a lot of things they are completely unwilling to do. Although there are some things they've claimed to be unwilling to do and they've eventually done. So, you know, with enough pressure, they'll do it. But also at the same time, I think a lot of the changes that people complain about that we've got over the years are the result of, you know, people complaining that they want them. People have a hard time taking a step back and taking a look at how a specific change will affect the whole game. They just look at the, you know, what it'll do at face value, but not the intricate ways it interacts with the game or affects it. Yeah. Adjusting the one-sided deck system in order to cater to a couple of streamers who talk shit on stream and then get hit has made the game worse for the majority of the people who actually use the GVG system properly. All to cater to a couple of streamers who've complained over the years. Yeah, and most of them, you're right. Most of the guys who complain the most about it don't even play the game anymore. It wasn't my fault and they made the change before me. They didn't make it before him, but I think it is reasonable that it wasn't his fault. There was a lot of shit going on in KR at the time with harassment on there using the same system. And I think that is actually what primarily drove that change. I think in NA though, because the shit with Canon was happening at the exact same time, it made him a very easy scapegoat for the NA community. Bosses now, or am I dumb? Yeah, in 8 minutes. Or, I guess as soon as, if everybody else is ready, as soon as I finish this cycle. Yeah, the Bro Bear shit was happening at the same time too. All the complaining Joe Never Fails did, right? You know, these are all like situations that happened at various times, but I'm sure they all contributed, right? It's just, if you want to make the argument that griefing didn't happen in BDO, you're lost. It absolutely happened in that system. The way it was designed definitely enabled it. But I don't think punishing the 99.9% of the players that used it properly, all because of the 0.1% who didn't, was the way to go about it. They should have just spent more time punishing the people, put more effort into punishing the people who were using it badly, and found a middle ground instead of just like, I mean, I guess technically you could say they could have just disabled open world PvP altogether, but I mean, this was practically the next thing, right? There was so much griefing. There wasn't so much griefing. There was a few people that got griefed, but most of the time it was streamers who would talk shit on their stream and think that they would have immunity in game. And then as soon as the ramifications of all the fucking yapping they did on stream ended up coming back to haunt them in the game, they acted like the victim. Menzies, you 100% strike me as the type of person where you're in a guild that has a war deck up with people, and now you assume that every single time you get attacked by a war deck, you're being griefed. When I'm talking about actual griefing, I'm not talking about guilds who are at war with each other for whatever reason they're at war with each other. I'm talking about people, it didn't matter what guild they were in, they would get hunted from channel to channel to channel. Them specifically being targeted, not because of the guild they're in, but because of specifically them, and their gameplay being impeded because of it. That's actual griefing. You being killed because you're in a guild that happened to talk shit to another guild is not you being griefed. It means you're in a guild that's really bad at watching their fucking mouth. The amount of one-sided decks that happen doesn't say whether it's being abused or not. All that says is it's being used. That doesn't mean anything, Guru. Let's take that logic, Guru. Let's apply it to something else. Because lots of people buy knives, that must mean knives are being used. Because look at how many knives there are out there. We should ban all knives. Well, I'm sorry, knives are used for a whole variety of things, not just stabbing people. So trying to draw this correlation that because there was a lot of one-sided decks, therefore they were being abused, is fucking stupid. They were not only being used for harassment. Oh my god. See you guys? Holy. Yeah, there was not a single time that the old deck system was not being abused, you guys. Look at this fucking guy. He actually said that. Can you believe these are the type of dents we actually have IRL? What? Please tell me you don't vote. There is no shot you actually said that. That there has never been a single time that a deck has been used properly. It's only been abused. Oh, that's a conversation ender right there. I should just use my telescope. I know I'm running all the way back. Oh well, I'm already almost there. You know what I want? I want them to make a third of these channels PvE only channels. You cannot flag up, and then bring back the one-sided deck system for the rest. And then all of these Care Bears, all of these snowflakes that don't want any type of friction in their gameplay can go sit at the grind spots and stand there staring at each other as every grind spot is fucking full, but none of them can actually attack each other or have any friction. They could just sit there and stare at each other while the rest of us are having fun. Oh my god, don't even get me started about the people who hang out on Arsha and then act like they're being griefed when they get attacked. Oh my god, those people make me so mad! If you don't want PvP, don't go to Arsha. What the fuck? Guess what? You know what I do when I don't want a PvP? I don't go to Arsha. And if I want PvP, I go to Arsha. If you see me on Arsha, it means that I'm willing to actually do some PvP today. If you don't see me on Arsha, it means that I'm not. Bold of you to assume that a guru life skill or even... Hey, life skilling PvP used to be some of the most ruthless. There is a reason why Sheep Mountain was bathed in blood for the first, 2 years of the game. Oh my god. The slurs that I saw typed in-game at Sheep Mountain. Those life skillers. Holy fucking ruthless. Let me use the hunter sniping rifle in PvP. That'd be sick. Could you imagine? Somebody's out there grinding and you could like, if you shoot them, it fucking knocks them down. You could just sit there hiding in a bush. Oh my god. That would be so fun. Yo, what's up? Yep. Oh, never mind. There he is. Yeah. Oh my god, I can't believe that guy said that. I have no idea. For context, you guys, we were having a conversation about one-sided decks, and somebody in my chat said there was a lot of one-sided decks, therefore it was being abused, and that there was that all one-sided decks were abuses. There was never a deck that was just like natural, you know, part of the gameplay GVG experience. It was all because it was all categorized as abuse. I'm ready. Oh. Oh, I thought I popped it, but I guess it was my old one was still running. Shit, one sec. Okay, I'm ready now. Yeah, I think I got one guide, you guys. That man was the master rage baiter.
This cannot be.
He got me.
I can't burn.
Oh, whiskey. I hope you one-tap deck, so you instantly bounce back. Oh yeah, Sawson's... That was another thing about old PvP, like disputes over grind spots. A lot of those disputes were because of there being a limited amount of grind spots, right? Now we have so many different spots you can go grind, like... And I'm not talking about, like, Dark Seekers, Zephyros, Tenebrom. Like, even at the individual grind spots, like, there's like 6-7 rotations now. There's so many spots that, you know, back in the day, people would try to push someone out of a grind spot or try to challenge them to a duel for spot out of necessity, right? Because they had to wait 15 minutes to swap and there was limited grind spots. These days, there would be so much less tension over grind spots because there's just so many more, right? And people are willing to swap. That's the thing, right? Like, if you go to Zephyros, for example, and you're trying to find a grind spot, you have like 5-6 different spots to check. And then you'll swap channels and you'll check 5-6 different spots again. And then by the time you check those spots, you got like 30 seconds, maybe a minute left on your swap again. So you could just keep swapping and swapping and swapping, right? Did that close that? I think it did. I was handing in my quest. Oh, just the normal weekly for the primordial. When I don't want PvP, I go to the PvP server. Make it make sense? I know, right? It's nonsense. If people want PvP, go to Ursha. If you don't want PvP, don't go on Ursha. But there's so many people who they have like FOMO or something, right? They think, oh, well, because there's a drop bonus on Ursha, therefore it must be a PvE channel. And they don't realize that that drop bonus is to just make it so there's something to fight over. Otherwise, it ends up being a ghost town. Because once upon a time, there was no Ursha, but there was Valencia 6. And Valencia 6 was full PvP the same way Ursha is, but had no drop bonus. And guess what? Nobody went there. The only time anybody ever went there was when Messiahless and his stream decided, hey, you guys, let's all go to Ursha and mess around. That was it. But otherwise, like, if you just ran around there and there wasn't some streamer trying to get his viewers in there, it was a ghost town. There was nobody there. Yeah, Mac was a good dude. I miss him too. Yeah. At the very start of that animation he does there, too, he's iframed, so... Yeah, I don't think you're really missing much other than maybe an ability or two. My character doing right now? The hell? How am I doing that? He's like crouched. Oh shit, it does it after you, if you do that right after he jumps. I'm being real fucking sneaky, chat. Yeah. Those old boss chains that used to be organized and stuff, like, that was good for the game. It's so annoying how that was destroyed. I think heralds are sitting on EU, at least the fragments. Yeah. Well, it helped with a lot of the crystal markets too, right? Like, these crystals are sold out because those trains aren't going. When those trains are rolling, these things get sent to the market like crazy. Yeah. 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 I've noticed that being the case. Yeah. Duoxony or a Mugi. Oh yeah. That big blizzard though, you probably got hit a lot more than us. It feels like the lake kind of deflected most of it from us. I actually dodged a bullet though. We were in Minnesota last Monday, so it was like 2 days after that blizzard hit. You headed out, Menzies? Catch you later, man. I'm about to head out soon here too. Probably about after we do this.
You will regret coming here. It's the grasp of death.
Yep. Oh, hell yeah. I can't wait to see Huntler on Savior. Hey, Jolly Winter. It's on all classes. Get a little wizard at. Okay. Just tell the pilot to step on the gas. Yep. Yep. Catch you later. The power of the sliders. Yeah, the hip sliders. That's what I want. Show me those hip sliders. Okay, I'm going to send you guys over to Mr. Norelia, though. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Hope you all have a wonderful day. We'll be back tomorrow. Back to our normal, regular stream. Oh, excuse me. Hope you have a wonderful day. Good luck with your enhancing. Good luck with your grinding. Good luck with anything you might get up to tonight. We'll catch you later.